Welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は208、81日目です。Today is day 281. We got our new vocab yesterday. We're going back to lots of vocab again for Japanese. I think there might be one grammar point. Like a very slight grammar point, so back to trying to remember as many of the vocabulary as quickly as possible. I think this unit was pretty good with rounding everything around the theme. In fact, I think it might have been a little bit harder on sort of synonyms or having multiple ways of expressing similar things. So that was a little bit of a change. Let's get right into our recall, shall we? 始めましょう。Slightly over. Okay. We're getting close to that story. Story is at unit 76. Very, very close. All right. Let's start with male. Ugh. Let's try that again. This character is not very friendly. Good enough. U-beam. U-beam. Funabin. Funabin. Koku beam. Koku beam. U-beam kyoku. U-beam kyoku. Umi. Umi. Me. Gozutsumi. Gozutsumi. Kunai. Kunai. Aitatsu. Aitatsu. Akakitome. Akitome. Oops. Nakami. Nakami. Okay. Hello there, Valentine. I'm pretty well. How are you? Business as usual here. Tegami. Tegami. Oops. Ipu. Ite. 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 Futo. Fu? Oh, Futo. Futo. Yeah, Futo. Futo. Oh. Oh, wait. Guess I put who. Just getting over a flu. Gearing up to start back up exercising and schoolwork tomorrow. My shirt is very sad. It's my new pajamas. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I'm usually in sleepwear, so I got something for the winter. Or actually all season. It's very comfortable. Gotta be comfortable. Thanks. 100%. Flu is gone, Valentine. I hope this isn't related to your exercising or anything. Gotta keep up that health. I imagine you're kind of on break soon, right? Did you finish up your semester? Although you did mention school/work tomorrow. I'm guessing it's the last week, maybe? We met a lot of people over the last couple of days. Talking about university. Right, a lot of students. You think your last week is either next week or the following. Ah, nice. Get some R&R. Feel like a slight weight for a little bit, you know, a weight lifted for a little bit while you continue working, I imagine. Ite. De. In place. This is kakitome. Kakitome. Oops. Jusho. Jusho. And tsuchi. 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 Okay. Pretty good. Things we can do. Post office. Akaru. Akaru. Ite. Ite. Aru. Aru. Aruku. Dasu. You think you got sick from a tattoo? From... Is it the same tattoo fundraiser you mentioned? Not because of the shop being unclean or anything, but because getting the tattoo weakened your immune system enough for you to get sick? Oh, okay. Yeah. Pushing yourself, you know, physical exhaustion can create that too. I feel when you keep, you know, when you get a little bit more physically healthy and whatnot, I like to believe that it will become less and less frequent. Yeah, that same one from last week. Yeah. I feel it's very common. It's far more common as, you know, one get a little bit older, when you go on excursions that is outside of your thing. Even on vacation, right? You hear about travel flu all the time, where when someone finally returns home, their body kind of just goes into exhaustion, and then people often get sick after traveling or doing something very exciting for a while. Hopefully that becomes less often as you're continuing your fitness and keeping up. Obviously, mitigation. Mitigation. We all want to be ill less. I'm glad to hear that you're recovered from the flu. Okay. Oh no. I don't remember this. and something. And Henshu? No. Henki? No. Yeah, I don't remember this one. I don't even know. Hen something. Oh, we'll have to. Wrapping up your night by boiling some water for spaghetti and little marinara sauce for a light dinner. Sounds pretty good. Sounds wholesome. Comforting. Dasu. Dasu todokeru. What I was on. Todokeru and todoku. Todoku also haitatsu mono. Haitatsu mono and haitatsu suru. Also this. Oops. Takitomeru. Takitomeru. A lot of emotes, Arthur. Yeah, I don't remember this particular one. It's hen something. Hen. I remember hen. Hen. I even remember the character actually. It's also something you can do. Henko suru. I'm gonna say it's henko suru. I think that's it. That's our vocabulary about male. Oh, change. It's a change. Enko suru. They used it for like changing address at a post office. Enko, a change, and then henko suru. Make a change. Okay. Alright, let's get back. Let's get to unit 72, which was our last grammar past tense. We had ta and da. Oh, hello Tio. Nice to see you again. How are you today? Nai? Nakatta. Good, good. Let's do. We're gonna do all the things, just the past tense plain, and recite the rest, right? So, atta, atta, nai, nakatta. Ita, 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 inai, inakatta. Shita, ga, shinai, shinakatta, inakatta. Okita. Right? Okita. Yes. Okiru. Okita. This is Japanese, yeah. It should look like Mandarin for the most part. The things, the kana is what separates the Mandarin from the Japanese. So whenever there's like grammar features and whatnot, you'll probably see characters that aren't Mandarin, but a lot of the recall is focused on kanji, and kanji overlaps with Mandarin. Have I tried Korean? No, I don't have any plans on trying Korean. Korean is not a part of my daily life. Japanese and Mandarin is though. I know, I recognize some Korean from Korean video games though. Thanks. Relaxing is what we're going with. You don't like the Korean language, like the way it sounds, the way it looks? What aspects, LTO? There are quite a few people that really like Korean programming, so I watched a bit of Korean programming recently. One of them would be Culinary Class Wars, and then resuming a few sci-fi Korean programming. Both? Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. Is there any particular aspect of it, or are you vibing it out? Okiru. Okiru. Then we have Neru. Neru. Uh-oh. I think it's Neta, right? That's a Ichidan. I don't know about this bottom radical, so we'll stick with it. Player. Am I mainly using Duolingo for Chinese and Japanese? The answer is no. But I think when you say mainly using Duolingo, I'm guessing you mean for learning purposes. Most of the learning comes from Duolingo. So it's yes if you mean mainly use for learning, when it's not mainly used for practicing though. We don't usually, I don't usually, most of my practice is outside of Duolingo. You just don't like it. I like most languages except Korean and Turkish. You can't stand how they sound? Oh, interesting. What you call it? Korean has a very rounded, blunted sound. So it's close to, it's actually very similar to the relationship, at least in my opinion, like auditorily, the relationship between Mandarin and Fujianese. Fujianese is very blunted from Mandarin. So when you have like higher pitches and whatnot, all of it is kind of rounded out and blunted. Almost like somewhat mumbly. Like ni hao, right? Ni hao. Ni hao is ni hao. Ni hao versus ni hao. Or xie xie. Kidoing. Although I do have to admit, now that I think about it, you can probably get a lot of the sounds from Japanese. Well, I have to reflect on that. I don't know enough Korean to make any more comments about it. I listen to Korean, not too bad. I mean, it's okay. The last mainline, like really large Korean game I played was Library of Ruina. Library of Ruina. It was entirely voiced in Korean. People mock languages such as Vietnamese, but personally you like it. Mock it in what way? Not your favorite language, but it's okay in your book. I don't know who the people are and how they mock a language. The place I am, where I am, Vietnamese population is probably one of the bigger ones of the minority populations. Oh, I know why this looks weird. No, that's not right. Neru is not right. Yeah, Neru. So neta. So kiru, oh kita, and neta for the pairs. So what other pairs do we have? Go with what's aruku? So arui? Aruita? I don't think I have an ending for that yet. So, it could be. I'll check on that later. We're just trying different predicates and conjugating them. So it's aruku. Ku. So, aruita. Maybe. And hashiru is the other. So, hashiru. So, hashita. People from language communities, they make fun of how Vietnamese sounds, you know, the xenophobic remarks. That sounds about right. I mean, the stronger the community is, like collectively, the more likely they'll be xenophobic. You're not against political incorrect humor, you just don't think that's fair to Vietnamese. That sounds like the same thing, the same commentary. So, I feel like it's a very similar sentiment. It's you're selectively defending Vietnamese. However, I get the gesture, and I would say I suppose they have their biases. However, you learn to be indifferent, I suppose. Favoritism is the reason a lot of times what ends up leading to xenophobic remarks. So like partially defending things are also very similar to me, right? You're favoring something. So I think it's one of those things, to each their own kind of thing. Obviously, acknowledging that it exists, it's healthy enough, and then attempting to being avoidant, right? Attempting to be avoidant. If I had a language that is not necessarily aesthetically pleasing to my ears due to like exposure and whatnot, it's probably honestly, I think I have too many. I have a little bit. Yeah, recently I haven't really encountered a language that was not necessarily aesthetically pleasing. In terms of xenophobic comments, that's everyday life for me, so I don't particularly find it. I don't want to say that it's not emotionally disappointing. Most of the time I would use the word it's emotionally disappointing. However, I don't get hurt or angered by it, largely due to the nature that if you spend most of your life surrounded by that, you could say there's an insensitivity mode, right? Like you become somewhat tolerant of it. I'm not promoting such a thing. Obviously, I would provide counter arguments. However, knowing what you like and knowing what you dislike is fantastic. It's healthy. Projecting that onto other people, yeah, that can happen unintentionally for quite some time. I think genuinely people express xenophobic comments out of self-preservation or self-projection, as opposed to actively trying to convince others how they feel. I think that's where I would define the line between discrimination and prejudice and personal preference and experiences. So the type of xenophobic remarks that I encounter a lot of times may alarm people, right? However, I think a lot of times it comes with personal biases. Much like someone who chooses to specifically defend one Asian language out of all the other Asian language, the same can be said about someone who dislikes a particular Asian language out of all the Asian languages. It's fairly similar in terms of the mindset. And I think I can find room in my mind to respect the outcomes of that. I don't suggest that I'm a saint, obviously. I typically know what I like and what I dislike, and I try to communicate that as respectfully as I can in most situations. However, there will be, without a doubt, many times where I make a remark and it can come off as a personal bias, or perhaps even interpret it as xenophobic. For the time being, though, I would say consistently I probably sound a lot less xenophobic than a lot of other people, largely because emotionally I'm not very extreme in any way. I don't have an urge to defend underdogs, but also I don't have a hype to be very strong nationalistically, right? Actually, the Japanese learning community is very hyper on the other end. So while they really, really like Japanese, oftentimes it comes off as an opposing indifference to everything else. Oh, there, Tenko. Like, for example, when someone comes into your stream and you're not learning Japanese and they're saying like, oh, I heard Japanese is the hardest language to learn for English speakers. And what you have to read in between lines is they're saying that if you learn Japanese, it's very impressive. The language you are learning is not impressive. That's kind of what can be misconstrued. Now, you could interpret it as, oh, they're very prideful about how hard Japanese is and they're learning Japanese. That's fantastic. Alternatively, if you have particular bias, you might interpret that as, well, I'm not learning Japanese. Why are you telling me this? That kind of thing. And those remarks, I think, can be viewed in that way. So I'm not entirely sure what the mockery is for Vietnamese. I'm very used to hearing Vietnamese. And without sounding too stereotypical, if you put a bowl of pho in front of me, I'll inhale it like Kirby. Like, real talk. I might actually risk having a heart attack by consuming pho. So kudos to Vietnamese cuisine, at least available in the United States. Yeah, I have a few acquaintances that are Vietnamese. I have yet to meet a Japanese American, but no shortage of Vietnamese and Korean, and then of course Chinese being the bigger minority here. Anyways, interesting. I find that you're probably one of the you're probably one of the less frequent occurrence that you don't like the Korean language, like the sound and the writing. Quite a few people I've met over the times quite enjoy the Korean subculture, especially through the guise of the media, the entertainment, the Korean entertainment industry. Melodrama, if you will. It's extravagant melodrama. You don't hate anyone in particular, you're just okay with extreme humor? I see. Well, Koreans are quite extreme when in their entertainment stuff, so I suppose overcoming, like, being okay with their language would be quite a barrier to overcome, right? I would say there are lots of things that are disinteresting, right? Like I particularly do not have an interest in, and that's usually because no one has impressed upon me its interest. I think that's probably a great way to summarize things. This is a personal project though. Japanese is a personal project. I would, like someone asked, have I tried Korean? I would try Korean, provided that someone is able to demonstrate and also encourage me in a manner that demonstrates their interest in something. So most of my current interest, especially for streaming, since it is a public thing to do, deals with being associated or becoming familiar with someone who exudes enthusiasm for a particular topic. So I doubled down and I continued and I even accelerated my schedule for Chinese, largely due to the people I've met and become associated with and come to know. I am not easily motivated by a stranger who says something and then disappears, right? There's no impression made there. So if someone feels like the internet level of requirement, leaving a comment, and that's enough to leave an impression on someone, I think they are communicating to a incorrect generation of person. Like I'm generationally different from, I suppose, from the internet thing. A 30-second spiel is not sufficient to sway me any one way or the other. Oftentimes when people make mockeries or judgments or extreme humor, it kind of lands flat for me. I'm a little indifferent, maybe a little skeptical most of the time. And then perhaps if they persistently do something, then it'll elicit an impression on me. Yeah, I'm not too much of a first impression kind of person. In the society that we live in now, especially the one predicated on the internet, first impressions are everything. Like 99% of someone's depictions and motivations are determined in like the first minute, which used to be kind of a thing before the internet, only in very specific cases, like interviews and business stuff, but not necessarily personal interactions or like casual interactions. That has long gone by the wayside. So the very normative thing nowadays is you experience something, it's negative, and if it's negative, it will largely remain negative for the foreseeable future without someone strongly projecting a dissonant opinion. Usually that doesn't change because the internet does not force things you don't want to see. Or encounter things you disagree with. They tend to reinforce the things you agree with and then convince you of the things you disagree with most of the time. Or it's not really convincing you, it's more like the lack of exposure. So like have I always disliked something? The answer is probably no. Have I always liked something? The answer is probably no. So I've come to like things I've disliked and dislike things that I've come to like over time, since people change, right? The representation changes over time. So I don't want to say that it is a possibility that I will come to dislike Japanese in the future. That can very well be a possibility. Not that I'm saying it's likely. However, I like to keep the idea open that opinions change, people are dynamic in their interest, right? I was trying to be a little bit more careful with my word, the last couple words, largely due to the nature that there are individuals who do believe firmly that people don't change, and I would respectfully disagree. You used to dislike Spanish, you learned it because you needed to, but after have learned it, you come to like it. Yeah. So the thing you highlighted there about sentimentalism being imbued into something you spend effort and time into, that is my general psychological rebuttal to the idea of people don't change. Now, there are definitely some core things. Those are fundamentally almost indescribable to a lot of people, and it requires a level of self-awareness that is incredibly contemplative. And I don't necessarily think many productive human beings, the average person, would have time to delve that so deeply into introspection. So for all intents and purposes, that is a great example of a way that illustrates my point about people changing. So for now, my thought about the xenophobic remarks that you've encountered about Vietnamese, I like to think that those individuals are doing it from a place of ignorance, and that ignorance may not always going to be there. And maybe you come across someone who inadvertently made a xenophobic comment. From my perspective, if I have the time to invest, I wouldn't mind knowing why or how they come across that impression, right? Someone, here's one about Duolingo, right? And it happens every day, so I'm very used to it. One might you can choose to get angry or frustrated about answering the same question over and over again, or you can find out why that is the case, and with that explanation and investment of learning why these are this and that frequency, you come to, at least you don't have to like it, but you come to become very comfortable with it. So one of the most common questions that I get is that, do you only use this? Do you primarily use this? Is this the only thing I need? Can you become this with only this? That is the type of question that I answer quite a lot. And as or for someone, for myself, who has gone through graduate school and whatnot, the answer, generally, people in an academic environment rarely ever phrase questions and solutions and response by using words like primarily, best, worst, only, categorically fluent, is, always, never, no one. Those phrases tend to be very collectively part of the English lexicon on the internet. And I actually have encountered quite a lot of problems with learning Japanese that way too. So like zenbu, I don't think I'll use zenbu for a while. That doesn't mean I shouldn't learn it, because other people will probably express things like zenbu, itsumo. Itsumo means always, and zenbu means all, like all of something. And those things are going to be part of my lexicon, but I like to think that I can recognize it, but generally it will be very hard to acquire those words because even I don't use it. However, a Japanese language learner may argue, well, this is how Japanese people normally speak, and that's what they would normally say. They would naturally say these things. And my thought was, well, I'm not Japanese. So going back to your whole like xenophobic remarks, based on how I look most of the time and then the way I sound, like I speak American English, yeah, lots of things can very, very much spiral into xenophobic remarks territory. Like, oh, you people sound like that. I'm like, oh, okay. May I ask, what do you mean by you people? I did the same to you, so it's not an interrogation or anything. Most of the time, I like to know the details. Like when someone says people from language communities, I often like to discuss like the specifics, largely because it's not to find a target. However, when someone spends some time talking about the specifics and become interested in where the origins and the context of all these things come from, you might not come to like it anymore or dislike it any more than you already do, but you become tolerant to it, as in like, oh, I know this is the case for now, or this is this. I can talk to someone about it. And that to me is kind of the way I'm going to use an intellectual group. Intellectuals, for lack of a better word, go about trying to understand things without necessarily having to project emotions like, oh, I really hate this, or I really like this, but you can still share it without sounding like you're convincing the other person to do so. However, I don't expect this as the social norm, of course. I think it keeps me very composed. I'm not sure if this works for other people. Generally speaking, that's how I become a little bit less swayed by extreme behavior. Extreme humor is quite fun. I do quite enjoy it. Like, for example, not a lot of people, I would say not a lot of non-Chinese familiars, people who are familiar with Chinese culture, find that Stephen He, as in like the YouTube sensation. I'm gonna pronounce his last name as He, even though it's probably Anglicanized and Stephen He. But He's humor is incredibly extreme, and that's funny. It's actually, I find it more entertaining than a lot of people might think it is, only because it's real. It's a very real compartmentalization of Chinese culture. And then when he does interviews and stuff, the stuff he talks about is very real too. And he does it with like a smile and a lot of composure. Yeah. Anyways, thank you for sharing, LTO. It is interesting to hear that your mind has, like, something has changed about Spanish. I'm not sure about Korean. Korean, I think my fondness for Korean comes from their like entertainment industry. I don't particularly know enough about the language. You can definitely tell it's Korean, like when you're watching a program. Difficult to know. Where Korean is definitely the least frequent content that I listen to and get exposed to. Japanese and Chinese far exceeds that. Actually, Japanese far exceeds the other three, although in a very particular way. In terms of human contact, right? Human contact, Chinese far exceeds the other three. You don't have to like everything. I think trying to like everything is a very, very almost distinctively anti-human like behavior. Trying to convince yourself to, for example, I talk about this topic, I won't digress into it too much, but this will serve as rhetoric for now. Always being nice. Like the idea, the idealistic nice person versus someone who is selectively kind. So there are people who truly believe and ascribe to be a nice person. However, in reality, that is a concept that is almost ironic. It's almost like it's oxymoronic to say someone is always a nice person. Being a person would imply a person with a human condition. The human condition will likely counter the ideas that someone can always be nice. And for me, I would say I was barely 60 to 70% nice, and it was non-sustainable. You put yourself second all the time, and eventually your health gives out, your mental health gives out. So sometimes self-preservation requires one to be selfish in order to help one's health. We're at somewhere that I can't pronounce that would have said that you can only like something if you know how to dislike. Oh yeah. Yes. One's appreciation for the opposite is heightened by an appreciation for the opposite. So like it's not necessarily that one cannot one is completely void of likes and dislikes, or if one is completely void of dislikes, one likes. It's kind of a chicken or the egg thing, right? There is inherent nature of some basal line of likes and dislikes. However, in order to truly appreciate something, one or heighten the appreciation, understanding what you dislike also elevates and increases your sensitivity to the things you like. So for me, I do things I don't like and I do things I do like. Oftentimes you might be thinking, why would you deliberately do things you dislike versus the things you do like? Well, I dislike doing work. right? But you like your hobbies. You work hard, you play hard. The contrast is very real. The satisfaction from being able to be rewarded, that reward feeling is a consequence of doing something that is contrasting. You do something hard in order to feel the catharsis from doing something hard. Yeah. So it's understandable. And I think you want to hear one really hot take? This is a hot take alert. What that person said, I'm not very good with names in like philosophy and stuff. I'm not like a philosophy major or anything like that. So if this sounds familiar to like a specific philosopher or psychologist out there, like sorry, like I need to apologize to them, because these ideas are synthesized from observations. I don't know where they came from. It's just observing human behavior, right? So here's a hot take. The thing that we talked about, knowing dislikes, the relationship between knowing dislikes and likes, is the internet age. The internet age, the current society we live in online, is a product that demonstrates this. Why? How efficacious this is. YouTube content creators, they gave a platform. You can create any content. What does the model look like now in its current situation? Extreme behavior on both ends. Everything is largely 90% of things that are collectively trending, that are responsible for nearly 90% of traffic, is the contrast between extreme behavior. So you can get extremely riled up and then enjoy your thing that you really like, and that becomes enhanced. So think of a Call of Duty player. So someone goes on a winning streak. Oh my gosh, they're euphoric. And then suddenly they go on a losing streak and they express their toxic behavior outward to everyone and get really angry. But the next win is going to feel so good. So good to the point that it reinforces the toxic behavior. So not only is victory contrast in the poor mannerisms of toxic behavior, that reinforces each other. What's another great example for language learning? This is a great example for language learning. Oh, it took you a year to learn N5, JLPT N5. Well, it took me 1 week. It's like, yeah, I studied hardcore for 1 week. I really disliked it, but 1 week. Now I'm just gonna go and flex on how important it is to everyone. That's my reward. So that kind of thing is very real. You suffer for the greater reward, and so the greater dissonance between the two, right? Like, the harder something is, the more rewarding it is. The more extreme a behavior is, the more violently they repulse something disagreeable. It's kind of like passion. And what I can really say about that to calm people or to speak to these type of people, I suppose, my attempt is, now I wanna let you know, like, one of the underlying principles of why you hate something so vehemently is also the reason why you love things so passionately. When you're in a line where you have consistent emotional behavior, you don't violently dislike something or openly dislike something, but you also don't really passionately like something as well. So nowadays behavior is like this, right? And then with knowledge and perspective, behavior is more like this, right? So the question you ask yourself is this bad or good? This and this are sustainable. right? For now. However, this used to be like the gold model, as in when you ever talk to someone who is highly educated, quote unquote, highly educated or highly experienced, they often sound like this, where like if you vibe with them, right, they're consistent most of the time. They don't really fly off the handle or rarely go into chronic depression. They tend to be very similar year round. However, this is boring. This is exciting, right? This is an example of a passionate person. And I'm not this type of person. So the internet does not thrive. The visceral nature of the internet does not thrive on the gold model, quote unquote, gold model of consistency. It actually thrives on extremes, and it's self-perpetuating, in my opinion. So now what happens? Well, there are extreme behavior everywhere. So how does one normalize it into a gold model or reduced extreme? Moderation, right? This is the internet. I'm going to say the internet 3.0, if you will. So 1.0 is the introduction, right? The 1.0 is introduction. That's adoption phase. 2.0 is virality. So it's caught on, right? This is when it produces extremes. I feel that's when I'm going to go. It's like the internet is at 2.0. 1.0 is adoption. So there's a transition phase, right? That's my generation, or the generation I grew up in. I lived across the 1.0, 2.0, and then 3.0 is moderation, or the R word that people are a little bit xenophobic of, regulation. And we're kind of in a 2.5 phase right now, where now the question is, how do you moderate this? How do you reduce the extremeness, fine tune it, if you will, fine tune it so that the experience you're having is a little bit more consistent. Like you don't strongly dislike something, you don't passionately love something in a way that it reinforces that. However, the internet is unprecedented, so maybe that's not the way it's going to go. Generally speaking, when I think of technology, which internet is a technology, that kind of ruins the point of life. How so? How so? You mean like moderation, regulation ruins the point of life? That's an interesting comment. So you're telling me that you don't do anything consistently regulated in your life? Huh. Growing older, for me, I won't talk too much into this, but for myself, another hot take, a bit of moderation is good, but not absolute moderation. We're not talking about degrees. You're talking about ones and zeros again. I didn't say anything about the degree of moderation. In fact, the irony here is when you said moderation to me doesn't say 1 and 0. You're talking about a switch. That's not what moderation is. Moderation is not on and off, in my opinion. I think that's we're having a conflict of communication here. So when you say moderation, it's not on and off. Like there's moderation, as in if there's a problem, you find a solution to it. If there's a problem, you find a solution to it. Moderation. So if a fire happens, right, you want to put it out. That's moderation. You're talking about preventing fires from happening. Like, yeah, that is okay. And then you're also saying like no hype. That's moderation is not to prevent hype. Like, you don't prevent fires, you don't prevent, like, you're talking about being caged. Moderation, the moderation that I'm talking about is reeling it in if it gets out of control. So the idea is to control things that spiral. Moderation prevents outliers, or they mitigate the effects of outliers. If this is sustainable in a solution, then that's fine. It requires no more moderation. No moderation. Right? I think the thing you're implying by moderation is that you are not able to do something. And that's censorship and stuff. You know, that's censorship, violation of liberties. So that's extreme talk. That's actually the reason why moderation exists. This type of thought process is what moderation exists. Moderation is me. I think of more than one perspective. Right? If I do not moderate my favoritism, how could I understand people who disfavor it? Much like your comment that kind of ruins the point of life. Moderation is literally the reason why life is consistent, in my opinion. So what does moderation look like? Fitness, meals, health, a study plan. Moderation involves a balance between discipline and pleasure, right? Diligence and vibing. At least that's how I was insisting that it was. So, like, for example, YouTube, like, for example, on YouTube, you saw lots of cat videos. Here's some dog videos. What happens is the cat videos got moderated. I'm using cats and dogs because it's a euphemism, so you can place any types of things for that. You can place any polar opposites. Because I know dogs and cats are actually there are people who take dogs and cats very very seriously. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, because then you'll have a bunch of people who constantly talk very long about things. The nice thing, here's a opposite argument for me. So a rebuttal, if I were to act as my opponent, right? The argument for passion, like the current state, maintaining the current state of the internet, passionate, is that it's clear. There's clarity in extremes. So what the internet's appeal is, knowing what's best is easy. And what I mean by that is currently easier because it's normalized. Now, I don't know what happens if it gets normalized to like good and okay and not so bad. It's like, what does that look like? What does the internet look like if it normalizes this? It will still be easier to understand because it's the normal. But right now, currently, the normal is best and worst. Best and worst. Us and them. You know, mock, and compliment. Right? It's very clear. So there is a very nice clearness in extreme. Either you hate it or you don't. And it gets the job done. It takes less time to explain things, right? Less time. So who does the moderation? Everyone does the moderation. Or you try to. You don't centralize power. That's the idea. You moderate the moderation. A collective of peer reviews that represent as many forms of life. So that's an individual level thing? No, it can be an organizational level thing. You have to moderate the moderation. So not a single person, right? Not a single person, but not everyone. The answer is somewhere in between here. And then for every single situation, right? Every single situation, it's in between here. That's why the time aspect is very unattractive. It's unattractive, and rarely is it the first form of action. Right? What I mean is, this is very unpopular. It requires a lot of investment and time, right? And what do we not have time yet? The internet is young. The internet is incredibly young. So over time, I do believe that human beings will be able to find the balance, the moderation. So like there will be a place for a child to consume something to an extent in which brain rot doesn't happen, or like their desired level of brain rot is healthy, right? Like, oh, hey, I just thought I'd remind you that you've been scrolling for the last 2 minutes, or like the last 2 hours. Would you consider doing something like that? So that's kind of what I'm talking about in moderation, right? I hope there's going to be a time where like a smartwatch, right? Like a smartwatch will say, hey, you do know you just took in 50 grams of sugar in like 1 hour. Maybe try considering eating like 10 grams in 3 different snacks across the day. That's the moderation thing, right? So you don't take in like 50 grams of sugar at a one hit on a day, and then your body just crashes. Like, so it's kind of like, I think that's a natural thing for humans to do over time when they like something a lot. Like you want a lot of it. And that's understanding that humans, it's part of human condition. If you have something really, really good, you're just gonna slam it so hard that there's no moderation to it. Like you can't hold yourself back. So you just keep slamming more and more until you're self-destructive, right? And one of the most poetic science fiction philosophy kind of thing is how destructive, self-destructive the human condition is. And you always want more and more. So at some point, I think due to the natural self-preservation of human behavior, we're reaching to a point. I like to believe. I mean, I might not live to see this, right? I'm fairly old now. I'm about 40, maybe a good 30 years left. Perhaps with the maturity of the internet, there will be more moderation in all of this in order to not have humanity spiral out of control, which has happened multiple times in history, and thankfully the human race has survived it. But should that person be forcibly stopped? I don't know. Don't know. It's too it's too case study to think about it, or see what happens. I haven't ever been in a position of power to force someone to stop something or whatnot. I think I tend to appeal to the person's reason. So I typically, on a case by case basis, I use empathy. I use empathy to try to allow that person to come to a rational decision, right? And you might be thinking that's idealistic. It is idealistic, and it fails quite often. However, that is the approach I choose to take. So in ways that I fail are the ways that I accept the consequences. As in appealing to someone's empathy, well, you might not always be able to relate to them. It's like, well, yes, then I default to the next best thing, the next course of action until I run out of courses of action, and then you are left with impasse. And impasse is the human condition, which is the idea that, well, it can't be helped. And that's how we move on with things, right? In terms of the position of power, it's going to be yes or no, right? There are going to be times you forcefully stop something. There are going to be times you don't. There are going to be times you forcefully restrict something, but also allow other things to happen. It's going to be somewhere in between, right? And that's interesting. It's the question. I can answer the question because it's saying, do you stop it or not? And the answer is yes and no. How you stop it would be more interesting. And that's what I'm trying to answer your question when you're asking, do you forcibly stop? I don't know how that looks. It'd be interesting to see what Google and others will use to do that. If you want a great example of what I'm talking about in the internet, look at the current policies in other countries, especially China, on internet usage. Or Asian countries, Asian cultures tend to view it more of a extreme measures, right? Or on and off measures, right? So you can find policies that exist already. Like, how do you stop, for example, a youth brain rot? You literally prevent them from doing it until they're old enough to have the discipline and the moderations experience intact in order to moderate their exposure. For me, I know when to stop streaming. Like, for example, right? Does that stop? Does that mean that I am able to communicate that? No. Usually, what is most viral on Twitch? Subathons. I'm not saying this is a bad or a good thing. I like to believe that all those people understand when they are pushing themselves too hard and try to preserve their health. At the same time, it can have unintentional consequences, which is born out of ignorance. So that's innocence, not necessarily. I like to believe it's born out of ignorance, where someone would go like 36 hours, 48 hours. Heck, I was one of them. I was young, I was ambitious. The first year or 2 years of streaming, I actually went an average of 15 hours a day. And it was not sustainable. And for me, the nice thing is, I don't think I unnecessarily thought and promoted the idea that streaming 14 or 15 hours a day is healthy. I actually probably expressed a lot of times during the stream that I like this, I really enjoy this, but eventually this is gonna end because I can't do it humanly, right? And I don't want to give people the impression that this is sustainable. Now, it's not like every content creator is out there suggesting like, oh yeah, don't do this. And like, I'm gonna there are content creators, by the way, that do make disclaimers like, guys, don't try this. This is a professional, right? We do this at the expense. I like the fitness channels nowadays as well, where the fitness channels are saying like, guys, remember that bodybuilding is a sport and it is sacrificing things for the seeking of performance, and performance requires sacrifice of the body utility, right? These are the drawbacks. Streaming for 36 hours to 48 hours because of subathon generates a lot of hype, really incredible feats of human endurance. Not everyone is going to go around and try to rain on the parade and diminish the impact of such a crazy feat by saying, hey guys, I need to go to bed. I shouldn't do this, right? Like, this stuff is a once in a lifetime. We're not going to do it again. No, it doesn't stop another subathon every like month or two. I have not done a subathon before. However, that's kind of the hype things. Do you stop a person when they're super tired? Is it your responsibility? Is it the platform's responsibility to say, hey guys, we're gonna add a terms of service clarification. Any form of non-sustainable behavior, thing is. So on Twitch, there's this thing called a subathon. And what happens is people sub in order to extend the time of the stream or the activity. Usually the stream and the activity is the same. So like, for example, when you're playing Elden Ring, it could be something really thematic, like I will fight millennia, right? Millennia for as long as the sub ticker is going. So the hype is that if someone keeps subbing, if people keep subbing and keep subbing money, right? That person will continue to fight millennia. I don't know how to spell millennia. I'm not a FromSoft buff, but millennia over and over again until the clock runs out. So it's a very classic Twitch event, and it's not necessarily born out of ill content or anything. It's hype. It's cool. It's, there's a mutual understanding in of enthusiasm and passion. Lots of specific things are like, I love the good games done quick, the GDQ, good games, GGDQ, something like that, where they would like sub or cause and whatnot. So these things generate hype, right? And that kind of thing, it's not to say that they have trade-offs or unintentional consequences. My thought is, with time, with internet, with familiarity in humans, there will be things to moderate that. So like people will become used to, people will have conventional knowledge, or like, we're gonna say common sense. I don't really like these phrases anymore because they're no longer like, they're not moderated yet. I know I'm like beating, I know I'm beating the head, like the word too deeply, but common sense and conventional knowledge is not moderated yet. So it's not conventional or common sense yet. As in, there's no consistency in common sense. Like the internet's common sense is still like this. The common sense that a lot of older people are referring to is the thing that happened for hundreds of years with information that doesn't move as fast as the internet. So nowadays, when people try to moderate, as in common sense is a form of moderation, right? When you think, oh, everyone does this, moderation. Ironically, when you say everyone does this, it's assuming that there's enough moderation to affect a lot of people. But common sense is no longer common sense on the internet, because where is the common sense? There's no moderation on internet. So what's common sense? Oh, you see a streamer and they want views. So what do you say to a streamer who doesn't have viewers? You tell them, hey, you should go and react to videos that are controversial so you can risk saying controversial things, because that is very viral. You should do that if you want viewers. And my first response is, I guess it is common sense to expect a streamer to want viewers. Meanwhile, it's not accurate. So that's kind of the thing, right? Oh, and hello there. I forgot. Someone else. Was it Pixie? Hello there, Pixie. Yeah, I'm doing well. We're spiraling into some other discussions now. I think EO has experienced something that I wanted to explore about language. I like talking about these things. I don't think you should feel... I hope I'm not upsetting anyone. I think sharing these things actually makes it more calming. Like, hearing these things, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's definitely a way to think about it. And then you're like, oh, that's just more information, you know? And that kind of thing can be very comforting. So right now, I believe the conventional and common sense of the internet, right? The internet is happening. It's happening right now. I don't know how long it's going to take, right? I don't know how long it's going to take. I might not live long enough to see it. But in the future, since the internet still moves really fast, maybe the internet moves even faster later, and common sense and conventional knowledge doesn't normalize, like it doesn't moderate, as in it doesn't become consistent. That could happen. It's crazy. The internet is crazy. The information moves so fast. Back in the day before the internet, the information moves very slowly. So when they move very slowly, it gives enough time to work with old information to develop common sense. Everything becomes moderated, as in if I go outside and someone falls on the ground, I should help them. In my culture, like the culture that I am in regionally, it's expected that people want to help someone when they're falling, right? And then in Japan, for example, or other places, you mind your own business unless the person asks for it. That is the conventional knowledge of that place. That's when culture and information didn't move so rapidly. Nowadays, you're like, okay, is this normal? I'm sorry, I keep telling myself not to use this, but is skippity, I don't even know how to spell it. Is skippity normal? Is it conventional knowledge for people to know what heckin' skippity toilet is? I mean, if you ask in another 3 months, it's probably not. It's probably not conventional knowledge anymore. So there's no moderation. No moderation in anything. Things are not staying static. Sus for real, no cab among us, yes. So things are not staying static long enough to be moderated. And there is a chance it might not ever happen. My ideas, all these ideas are predicated on things that already happened, right? Cellular phones, right? For example, smartphones. What are the conventional things of smartphones now? You can probably list a lot of them, and universally, most of the people will agree on it, because smartphones have become standardized. And standardization is possible with moderation. When things become moderated, they become standards. And those standards create common sense, a baseline expectation of things. Is that going to happen with the internet? I wouldn't bet against the internet's ability to thwart common sense at the moment. I think it's happening and people are attempting to make it happen. Like, for example, when you encounter someone online who's underage, what are the expected behaviors? My observation, which I'm one person who spends a lot of time on the internet, but there's no way I could encounter all of that stuff. My observation is there are no hard, fast rules to how someone who is much, much older interacts with someone who is much younger. Right? Yeah, what Blair says. Internet safety is no longer common sense, which is wild to you. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. So when I hear people say they encounter xenophobic remarks, and I know there's some censorship, there are going to be some liberties given up. Like, okay, let's say we don't use really hateful language. However, we can talk about it in a way that can elicit our disagreements, but not outright. Let's make it common to not approach each other with incredibly visceral, hateful language to start. And then you get to know each other, and then you can use extreme humor all you want, right? Now you know each other, go ahead, and it's okay to use extreme humor because you know each other now. But there's no conventional knowledge or standardization for how to behave online at all. There's going to be a space out there that propagates a behavior that is non-standard. So there are places not safe for youth. There are places safe for youth, or overly safe for youth, maybe too sheltering, and then it's the Wild West. Should I attack you for coming to my channel with a disagreeable comment? I want to change that, or at least for myself. I want to know that if someone says, your face looks ugly, and walks away, and I'm like, well, I guess they don't really like the way I look. I moderated my own behavior. Is that what happens online? No, it is not what happens online. In fact, a lot of times that person will go out and hunt the person down in an internet witch hunt. Or like if it's another streamer or something saying one of their members saying something about another streamer's members, then you have beef. Then you start escalating conflict between two creators when it didn't even start between the two creators. That type of thing, no moderation yet. Yeah, like there's no, what do you call, like, forms of sportsmanly like conduct? What is the internet sportsmanly like conduct? Right, that kind of thing. We'll see. We'll see. Right now, for example, a personal one that happens a lot for me, especially as a content, like doing streaming, is that if you have more subscribers than me, or if you know someone who has more subscribers and more viewers, it automatically makes them more credible than me. And that is unintentional. I don't necessarily think it comes from a place that is free of influence. So what I mean by that is, statistically, someone who has more influence is more likely to represent more opinions, right? So if you have 700 viewers, there are more people that agree with that person. So technically, that person does have more credibility based on popularism. There are more people that agree with him. Does it make it more credible or reliable? Well, since we don't have any standardizations on how to measure how reliable someone is, no one agreed. Like, how do you measure credibility online? There isn't like a universal agreement. No, like all of YouTube or Twitch, most of the community representatives, collective people, they didn't come together and say, "Oh yeah. So if we vet a specific number of viewership, this will help us guide who is more credible and who is not, right?" And I would like to think in the future there will be more and more reliable ways to inform people more reliably. Right now, you might think, oh, the internet is so reliable. I can get stats on this, stats on this, stats on this. Almost none of it is moderated. Like there's no moderation and like moderation or standardization. So the information you get is full stop, the raw, filtered type of information. So you have no way of gauging what information is reliable or not. You have trust. And trust is predicated on popularism right now. So the more popular something is, the more trustworthy it can be. And there was a time when that was true. That time was when information was moderated and vetted. So the information that people are using now to become popular is not standardized. There's no baseline vetting process for information. So when someone becomes popular, what are they becoming popular based on? Something that's not moderated. So they could be over the heels and flying over the cuckoo's nest, and you wouldn't know it because more people trust them, right? And that's the state of the world, that's the state of the internet we live in right now. You can have someone who is incredibly popular and they themselves might not be aware that some of their information was influenced and filtered. So it's not like they're out to be mean. No, I don't necessarily think, if I think of it as the human condition, people want to be successful. And also other people want to like people who want to be successful and also give them information. Where all this is coming from is that information is not standardized. So the people with the greatest of kind intents and believing that things that they do are earnestly true may be built on a foundation of information that wasn't true in the first place. And that's kind of the that's what YouTube and Facebook and stuff are forced to address right now, right? Like, what type of information? How do we vet information so that kids don't randomly end up doom scrolling and also doom scrolling into believing certain things? Like, it's okay to flick anyone off that you don't like or something. Or it's okay, this is perfectly normal. You come in, you tell someone how ugly they are and that they suck and they should stop doing whatever they want because they disagree, and then leave. Like, that's proper behavior because they saw someone popular doing that. Because what does that mean to that person? They're saying being honest is full stop the only way you go about it. So if you tell someone that they're ugly, as long as you're being honest, it's acceptable. Internet. And thanks, Tio. I like talking about this stuff. I talk about this stuff all the time. I like to make other people more comfortable with themselves, right? So, like, you can't control that, right, Tio? Like, for now, I have my fingers crossed that all this stuff is getting sorted out on its own. For me, though, my fingers crossed is what I can do is I can control the way I respond to things, right? So if someone comes in and say, my face is really ugly, and I'm like, well, at least it's not cracking my stream camera, right? Like, hey, it's not ugly enough to not be filmed, right? Or, well, at least I could get a picture, right? Or someone comes in and say like, dude, you're learning Japanese the wrong way, man. You're gonna suck even more at Japanese without doing this stuff. It's like, well, I guess I'll maybe suck a little less, but not suck less enough for your approval. But I'll do it with a smile, right? The idea is, for me, I wait for these things to happen. However, I can do something about it for myself, which is learn from it and find some way of doing it differently, I suppose. So what do I meet pure hatred? Like, how do I meet pure hatred? Empathy. That's probably the way I go. It's not going to work out most of the time. I can tell you right now, irrational, emotionally charged things, you're not going to change their mind. However, what I can do is show people that I still do it. There's someone, at least, there are plenty of people, but at least one of those people is me. I can at least control my responses and reactions to things. So I will answer the same question to the best of my ability every single time someone asks. I do not waver. I'm very consistent, right? I am this line. And then occasionally, actually, okay, one last thing before, right? The graph is slightly different. So let's say the epitome of human potential is up here. This is this is sainthood, right? This is sainthood. And down here is pure raw, I don't know, unhinged, right? I like to think that I started here as a kid, as a baby that doesn't know anything. Well, it might be a little up here. We don't want to go too extreme. And over my lifetime, I stay consistent, but it looks like this. And this is where I die. That's the realistic vision of my collective human condition. Right? Some people might start higher, some people might start lower, but the idea is I try to stay consistent on the things, on the foundations. We're not talking about like superficial things where how you react in the moment to video games or something like that, like being shocked and culture shocked. The idea is the core consistent foundations of the human condition will end up, I strive to be a little better, or like whatever that better is, I strive, in my opinion, to do that without the idea that one day I will reach like some sort of sainthood or fall into disparity, into unhinged territory. I try to stay consistent, and it's the thing that I can control. So no, I don't have a solution to how you should and impart your will and project your will on other people. What I can do is tell you about the stuff that I've seen and try to explain it the way I would explain it to myself, and how I can smile and stay calm and happy and have people challenge me and collectively do things without feeling like I'm wasting my time, right? I rarely ever feel like when someone asks a question, I'm wasting my time trying to answer it, and then the person says like, I don't understand you, well, get bent kind of things. Like, well, I didn't waste my time. I still did it. And doing it is probably harder than a lot of people can do nowadays, in my opinion. If I had to like be a little bit biased, would be a bias. It's harder to do the thing. Way harder now because of the internet. It's way get bent. Yeah, that's my old old boomer speak, get bent. It's way harder to do things than know that you can. Right? Like that's kind of it's much harder now. Way back, it was pretty hard back then. So thank you for get bent. Yeah. So it was way harder back then. It was way harder back then to do things than to know you can. In now, right? Like fast forward 20 years into the future. I don't know how old the internet is now. Is it? I'm gonna say roughly the internet as we know it's about 25 to 30 years, like the contemporary internet, not the one where you like see like static pages, but maybe like 25 to 30 years. Right now, it's exponentially harder to do things than to know you can do them, right? It stops at you know you can do it. You know you can help this person, and that's good enough. You don't want to do it. You know you can waste your time to try to talk to this person, so you choose not to because you are determined that it's a waste of time. As in my opinion, my experience, this has already happened multiple times. When someone asks a question, I would go to explain it. I would start with how do I adapt? I would give them a short answer, which takes about 30 seconds. Then I would give them a longer answer, which takes about 5 minutes, in which case 90% of the people have already left. Like the person who asked the question, 90% of the time has already left. And then I would spend 30 minutes to an hour to expound upon it or digression, just to remind myself that I will continue to think this way. Someone leaving is not the only motivation for me to try to be a better person. Like, subjectively, what I feel is a better person, which is someone who spends far more time and maybe, arguably, I totally agree with some of my colleagues, arguably in diminished returns, as in sometimes people want to use their time in order to get a result, right? And that result is to pragmatically answer and satisfy whoever is asking the question. And here, what I'm saying is, I was criticized for this before, and I unapologetically accept this criticism. And the idea is, I like to hear myself talk because it keeps me from being arrogant. It humbles me when I share and monologue about things. It helps me remind myself what I do know and what I don't know in actuality. So how elegant I am, or how not elegant I am, or how verbose and how esoteric I can be, that is a product of actually doing the thing, not thinking I can. Almost poured powdered cheese into my coffee. Need more coffee. Wait, that might not be too bad. Pouring powdered cheese into coffee. Well, maybe not. It might not work like a tea thing. Like a foam cheese and warm cheese on like tea it's kind of a thing, Blair. Yeah. So you appreciate the fact you took your time to explain your ideas to you. Anytime, Tio. Like this is I love this stuff. I talk about this stuff all the time, and I kind of use any excuse really to talk about it. I think understanding people makes understanding oneself fun, like a lot of fun. In fact, observing and trying to explain people's behavior is probably one of my favorite pastimes, because sometimes, and I know you already expressed this last time about your anxieties and whatnot, which I really appreciate. Sometimes taking a break from yourself, right, or attempting to take a break from yourself, by engrossing yourself in other people's perspective and whatnot, can come back and inform and be able to like maybe even mitigate or elevate the stuff that you're potentially coping with nonstop. I think for me, the most there are times when those who are able to empathize incredibly well with a wide range of people are the individuals who you might not think about this at the moment, but going back to the dislike and like thing, for me, I think my passion, I'm going to say, my passion for trying to empathize with other people is the result of me coping with a arguably proportionally greater force of self coping mechanisms. Like, what I mean is, I wouldn't be surprised if I spent some time explaining the things I have to cope with about myself, like every day when I'm getting up, walking out, thinking about stuff. The things that I cope with is very, very proportionately big. However, that also fuels my passion and constant way of trying to create better empathy with other people, because that helps me with that. So if I sound a little too touchy-feely or a little too logical or analytical, it might be one and the same. They're related. The consequence, or maybe the chicken or the egg, the consequence of my constant coping with my mania and my compulsions, my mental compulsions, is that I channeled that to this type of thing. So if there's anything I have to thank, this is gonna sound really weird, Theo, but I don't know if I would be like this. Like, obviously the logical thing is I wouldn't be like this. However, I like to argue that there's still a chance. My empathy and compassion and thinking about this stuff is because I'm an anxious person. It's because I have daily mania and a childhood filled with self-loathing and like problems with emotional detachments. I talked about a lot of this from time to time, sharing how I struggled with empathy when I was younger, like extreme struggles with empathy. I actually thought at one point that I was somewhat sociopathic, right? Like, what I mean is, I thought maybe that I was not able to feel. Like, I thought maybe for quite some time I'm just not like other people, where like I really do not care about your complaining, for example, like that kind of thing. Like, when I was younger, when people say like, oh, this is too harsh, like suck it up, just do better. Like, you're not stupid, you're in school, learn something, get it done. If I can do it, you can do it. That kind of thing was as inexperienced and youthful as you can get, right? It's inexperienced, it's sheltered. You're right, they're wrong. So if you're right and you stay right, then no one can attack you for it. And like, you know everything there is to know when it comes to your peers, right? The world was very small. You were a big fish in a small pond kind of deal. And was that true when I think back? No, not really. Know why? There's a simple observation, or like one of many simple observations. I didn't play a sport. Like, it could be as simple as that. I didn't play a sport. I didn't have a lot of friends. Teachers don't even remember who I am. Those are very objective reasons that would humble an individual thinking that they are the main character in anything. And the irony here, in my opinion, is that in our modern digital age, there's no perfect vehicle at the moment, or more efficient vehicle at the moment, to convince you otherwise. As in, like, you're not the main character. In fact, actually, most people will probably grow up into their adulthood nowadays thinking they are the main character. And that can work, provided they stay in the bubble, right? Provided that the machine and the technology and stuff continue to evolve in a way to keep people in their bubble. And if that honestly, if that allows them to have a very happy life without being detrimental to other people, so be it, right? That's fantastic. You live a full healthy life and no one's there, you don't hurt anyone, like that's is that possible? I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I'm not like I can't predict the future, and also I'm not that big brain to think of an environment where you can have people who selectively decide to enter a simulation where they are the main character, or embrace the idea that there are millions and billion and soon I don't actually know. I've actually forgotten to keep track of the human population, but the idea is modern standardization can produce a consistency where people can find where to go, and then also implicitly communicate their needs, right? If you go on Twitch, what are the implicit needs of a Twitch viewer and a Twitch streamer? If I knew that, I would stream on the appropriate platform, for example, right? Then the dissonance would be gone. However, it's also a trade-off. Then I won't interact with people outside of the implicitness. So the idea is YouTube has to introduce something that counters what it is currently doing really well, or Facebook must do something to moderate. As in, right now, everyone feels like main characters, and if you're not a main character, you're worthless. It's very crude, it's very straight. Anyone, in my opinion, like most people under the age of 18, if they grew up around the internet, one of the underlying mindsets is, if you're not the main character, you're worthless. If your life is not extravagant and extreme and extraordinary, there's no life to live at all, because that's the life you live. You want to live that life. They don't actually see a life where someone says, I'm going to work and I am going to bag groceries for the next 8 hours, smile, interact with people, come home to a loving family, and smile and say, I do it all again for my family. You don't really see that too often. You see someone who starts with $1,000, make $10,000, come back with $100,000, and then make 10 million. And then what do they spend on that? Well, they spend it on a 10 million item and then turn it into 100 million. Your culture could be summarized as don't think, just enjoy the moment, or don't think, just feel. Yeah, Italian culture also does that, or something of that nature. There are quite a lot of it, like c'est la vie. Where's c'est la vie from? Is that French? And then there's la vida dolce, which is Italian, I think. One c'est la vie is French, and then la vida dolce, I think, is Italian. In a very loose way, sort of. Carpe diem, sort of. They're like various phrases you catch on, but yeah. I'm very hopeful. I'm an optimist, so mine take it with all a grain of salt. I think humans didn't decide to destroy themselves yet, so I like to continue to believe that humans don't continue to try to destroy themselves. I mean, won't really live long, probably. You miss talking to logical people. Well, I I'm glad I can fill that slight void. Here's a one last thing, right? Sometimes the internet can give you so much of something, you don't know if you like something or you don't know if you miss something, right? And that to me ruins life. Like, may kind of ruin life. So I understand what you mean by moderation earlier. Like removing that aspect, right? Like removing the noise, the serendipitous nature, the fortuitous nature, and the unfortuitous nature, you know, like the fortunate and the fortunate nature of random encounters online. I actually wanted to include that and the other way. So YouTube is saying, YouTube is being challenged as saying, you keep showing people everything they want to hear. That's how the algorithm works. Are you going to moderate that by showing things and exposing people to things that they may want to hear or is different from what they want to hear? That moderates the selective partialness. So it, you know, right? So if you're watching a lot of people doing backflips and whatnot, what about people who are walking? Or, you know, if this guy is selling you life hacks, are you going to should they suggest someone who spends years perfecting a skill as opposed to constantly reminding you how other people are perfecting a skill in 1 week? Yeah, there's just no room for normality. Yeah, these days it's there's no normalizing factor. Like there's no counterforce. Everything is I think it doesn't, it goes without saying that most things are very extreme right now because it's a competition, right? It's a competition. Oh, you can learn Japanese in 6 months? I can do it in 5 months. And then fast forward 6 months, someone is telling you you can learn all of Japanese in a week. I'm not making this stuff up. I actually, when I started using Duolingo and, you know, YouTube algorithm, I own Pixel phones and I have them on always listening. So when I go back on YouTube, immediately I get slammed with people who say, I've become fluent in Japanese in 1 month. And then I'm like, okay, 1 month sounds a little extreme. So I click on it, right? And I look at it. Now, the difference is I have skepticism. That's not the same as someone who's innocent and doesn't have life experience yet and really believe it. So what do? They spend $500, subscribe to that thing, and then find out in a month if they succeed. I'm gonna go over to them, shake their hands like, good for you. Now go make another program that's even better. However, for the vast majority of people, they'll probably find out that the reality is it takes more than a month. And then guess what? That person probably has a post 1 month program that extends the program to 6 months, all for a low price of $500 more. And then the carrot on the stick continues to move until it happens. You learn it. And what happened, and I say realistically, what happens is it will be normalized to an average that is more realistic for vetted information. So like we're talking about a year or 2 years to get basic conversation down, right? And then you start looking back and you might be thinking, oh, but they're going to feel really sad or depressed. I truly believe those people who go through that experience will then learn from that experience. Or at least my goal is I would encourage that person. Yeah, I know. You thought you could learn Japanese in 1 month. What did you learn from it? What can you take from it? What part of the programs work? And then when you said, oh, you bought into the extension, it's like, okay, so what did they do different? Did you learn something from that? Because it becomes a learning experience. This is the new world of learning experience. Falling, or however you want, testing online products is a part of your regular life now. So how do I, as a person who got most of my life experience before the internet, how do I make it so that it's common to insist that you didn't waste your time, you actually learned something. You learned what it looks like when something is too good to be true. You learned how people do business and how they rope you into certain things. And you still learn Japanese in the process. Don't feel bad about that. You didn't waste your time on that. Now the question is, how do you take this life experience and adapt it to all the internet things out there now? You're encouraging the person to have critical thinking and problem solving skills, because their first life lessons, in my opinion, the vast majority of the internet generation now, their first life experiences are on the internet. Now, there is something to be said on what is the worst that could happen, and that's what YouTube, Facebook, and the TikTok and stuff are responsible for. They are being made, at least in my opinion, there is pressure to be made to prevent or attempt to mitigate when the decision can be dire, right? And then when you become an adult, you still have all the privileges, right? It's kind of like drinking, alcohol abuse or substance abuse. When is it too young? When is it old enough to make your own liberties and choices, your prerogatives, in which it may potentially mitigate the potential widespread decision and harmfulness to other people, right? It's kind of a collective decision making. And in many countries, they have decided on a specific age, and that becomes the moderation, that standardization of a drinking age. As a life lesson for, like, as a example from my life, my first drink was when I was 21 years old. Or not 21, sorry. Yeah, it was 21. It was 21 in a foreign country where the legal age was 18. Yep. That's when that day it was like just no, it was basically like any other day. Not that kind of thing. And life goes on. But as a friend once said, life is suffering and you're ruining the quality of my suffering. You had a friend that said that before? Life is suffering and you're ruining the quality of my suffering? Dang. Okay, here's the deal though. Here's the deal, Tio. Here's one last thing about suffering, right? If there wasn't any, I know this is going to sound so counterproductive to all the things I've said. If there wasn't suffering in the world, we understand the premise, right? If there wasn't suffering in the world, there might not necessarily be an appreciation for happiness, right? Without sadness, there may not be happiness, etc., right? And if we think about it from a more pragmatic standpoint, I am here as a product because there is suffering, there is mental gymnastics, there is coping, there is the human condition. So what would I look like if those things don't exist? It could be a different reality, right? So for now, things are the way they are. However, I like to believe that one person has the agency of how they go about that, right? At least I like to think I have some sort of demonstrative power to impart upon people that you have more control over your environment that provides sufficient satisfaction over the things that you feel you don't have control over. And that's how you kick anxiety to the butt. It's how you kick feeling self-pity. And that's how you kick people thinking, you're lazy or not someone to hang out with. Those are the things. So my way of thinking is that there's enough things you can do, surprisingly enough, with enough awareness. So if I can demonstrate those things, it can elevate someone's awareness to like, I can do these things, and it's good enough. It's sufficient enough to remove that incessant baggage of you can't have enough control to be secure, right? I go as far as to say that most aspects of life involve suffering and boredom. Fair enough. I can kind of see that. You got to choose your fight since you can't beat it all. Took me years to realize that. I see. I think I think I wake up a lot with a lot of emotional and physical suffering in terms of frequency. Like when you say most aspects of life involve suffering, I would even argue all aspects of life, like 99.9% of all aspects of life involves suffering. And because it involves suffering, I love life that much more. I appreciate the little idiosyncrasies of life so much more because I've come to accept that, I suppose, which aligns with the idea that you've come to realize that. Like, for example, when I wake up, there is going to be an ounce of me that's going to be tired. I'm going to be physically tired to some extent. I know a lot of people say like, oh, but if you have great sleep hygiene and stuff, you'll always wake up 100% refreshed. You pop out of bed like a cartoon hero and suddenly like you do backflips and you open the window and birds will start singing and land on your shoulders. Probably not. You wake up, you feel a little groggy, you try to rinse up, you warm up your life, you go out the door and you have a good run. And that run is going to make you feel like you're suffocating and your breath is going to be taken away and you're going to feel tired. But then you walk in, you take a shower, you sit down and you're like, man, I'm glad I had that suffering run. And then it becomes something more of a, I know this is going to be suffering, but it feels good too. You know, I described my morning ritual, by the way. I described what I do in the morning. I get up slightly groggy, sit down a little bit, heat my body up, put on my clothes, go out for a run, come back, shower, sit back down, and then the whole like ups and downs and roller coaster ride, it all culminates to the idea that I went for a run, and it was fantastic. Or at least it was good enough. Good enough. You make greatness out of suffering. That's basically the only good side of life. That's kind of a morbid way to think about it, but yeah. You can be a hero to others. That's basically never happens. And you can be a hero to yourself, which don't appreciate, you know. We just take it as we just take it as doing what is necessary. Yeah. I know one last like really pleasant auspicious thing, and then we're gonna get our lesson. Our lesson is like really long today. Yeah, we'll just skip the review of this. This isn't too bad. We'll do the review again. Yeah, I'll add a little bit. The idea is that you want to get up, right? You want to go to sleep. You want to get up. You might upset some people, but if you not upset people and you not upset yourself, life's worth living. That's kind of the bottom line, I would say. That's the moderation of the side of life. You go to bed net positive, and I don't actually think most people do. In fact, if I had a graph, right? This is the critical limit. This is 0. This is happy. Right? Or extra. We're just gonna call it extra. People are gonna be here. Like a healthy individual is about here. Right? And then, or I would say a healthy individual, slightly healthy, like a little unhealthy, kind of looks like this. and it hits a critical limit. This is where chronic depression this is chronic. Actually, chronic depression is this phase. And then this critical limit is breakdown. This is a breakdown right here, or crises. And for me, for the last couple of years, it's been looking like this. So as I'm growing older and whatnot, one hopes that the person becomes more, find more closure, more balance, less bot spam, right? Less bot spam, because bots are bad. On Twitch, lots of bot spam. Sorry, I just had to get rid of a bot just now. That's kind of, I like to believe, even this, like those who are in chronic depression, I can say that I might have a real world example of this. It, I like to think one person, just one person in a person's life, can turn this decline into at least normalization. And then maybe another person, two people in the person's life, I really believe it's still the same person. They can jumpstart that and push it up, right? Because there is a constant downward force and a constant upward force. But I think a lot of times most people's downward force is greater than their upward force. And that upward force actually tend to decrease over time because of physical limitations like aging and stuff. But sometimes when I think about it, healthy individuals, their upward force also increases because of getting older, actually, in a different way. So upward downward force, right? And I said this already, the net positive lifestyle, right? Trying to elicit even a net change, but as long as it's a positive net change. What does that look like? Well, it looks like trying many things and sharing as many things that work as possible, while also acknowledging all the things that don't work. I think being able to communicate is one of the keys to that. Not bias at all, of course. Not bias at all. So, all right, let's get back to our lesson. I kind of have to go to the bathroom, so we'll finish our recall here before we start our lesson. Net positive lifestyle. If this one conversation, if this one conversation makes today better, it's still one better day than otherwise, right? And that is a win. That is a win in the game of life. If this conversation, this one moment, makes one extra day better in the year, that's a win. It's too much to process, so that's why I haven't commented. Oh no, that's okay. Yeah, we have plenty of time. I like to think we have plenty of time. I'm not sure how healthy I am, but we have enough time, right? We have enough time. Okay. Let's do a few more like predicates before go. So, oops. Where are you? Okay. That moment when your monitor's too big and you have to look underneath your mic arm for the tab. Okay, so kaku so kaita. The other day you had to take this really hard exam and you needed to score a lot of points in order to not fail that subject. So you laid in your bed feeling sorry for yourself. I kept thinking about retaking that subject in the next coming semester and how awful that'd be. Sorry to hear that. Was it, did you do well enough, but you weren't, um, is this a thing about like you could have done better, or did it not end up going well enough? I know this is gonna be like one of those things where you replay like, oh, what you could have done differently, and like if only you did this and that, and that's very understandable. I think that painted a lot of my younger self when I receive an exam back, or even right after exam. You failed the first exam, therefore you had to compensate. Oh, okay. And now you have? Did you manage to compensate for it? You survived, so congrats on surviving. It does sound like quite, yeah, it does sound like it was quite upsetting, especially the lying in bed thing. Uh, a relatable experience is probably my medical exam that I had once, like a medical school entrance exam. It didn't go so hot. There was a lot of that similar feeling. You survived. You passed the subject. Oh, okay. You were approved. Well, that is excellent. I feel like it's very brave to want to retake it in order to make sure that you know the things. But congratulations on passing the subject, though. I think why not do both? And what I mean by that is, you know, you can continue to work on the subject yourself. You know what I mean? So in a corrective way, you can choose to retake it in faith, in good faith, as opposed to literally retaking it, right? As you pass and you approved, oh, you want to explain to me how you did it? Okay, okay. Cool, cool. Interesting. There's a deeper story. I will do my recall while you're doing that. So we got two kakus, kaita and kaita. Writing, drawing. 食べる、そう食べた、食べ、食べた、oops, 食べた、飲んだ、飲んだ. It's connected to being a hero to your, being a hero to yourself conversation? Okay. Interesting. Let's do erabu. Erabu is erabu. So erabu, eranda, asobu, asonda. Wait. Onda. I think this is good. What other pairs do we? Tatsu? Okay. Tata. Tata and Sawata. Sawa. Ah. Suwaru. I mean, not Sawata. Suwata. Suwaru. Gotta remember the new vocab. You decide to listen to the Anthem of France. Interesting. It motivated you to keep fighting. I look back, it seems a little cringe, but it helped and you feel proud of yourself. Well, that's awesome. You got to score 70 and you end up scoring a 97. Nice. Wow. Well done. Well done. Um originally when I was doing running, I actually listened to a very specific music, like a course when I was sitting and warming up in the morning, and then I go out. And then after a while I actually stopped doing it, and then it became like more of a prompt, a little like logistical prompt in my head. It's like you know, you start humming to it. It's quite a extra routine. Yeah, building a routine. I'm glad the Anthem of France helped you. I don't think it's cringe. I mean, it can be cringe and cool at the same time. Well, is that possible? I think some people might not think it's possible, but I think very wholesome. Cringe becomes wholesome when you hear that someone did great things with it. I mean, someone told me that enjoying learning language to Duolingo is cringe, so that didn't stop me, I suppose. Actually, it's to this point where there are people who mention Duolingo out of embarrassment, so that didn't stop them. The Anthem of France is about resisting an imminent invasion. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Yep, I can certainly imagine that. What was the imminent invasion, by the way? A flood of insecurities, perhaps? Okay, so we gotta remind ourselves of sugiru. Sugiru. And I think that's it. We can move along. Demo. I mean, nonde. Node. Node. Yep. Alright, let's hop into our lesson. It looks like the league is over. Hooray! Oh, great effort. Oh. Oh, you actually get a 30-minute thing? Oh, we can do this for now. 30 minutes of double XP, we might as well take use of it, right? Kotoba. Kotoba. The monarchs from the neighboring countries were trying to destroy the newly founded French Republic. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was being metaphorical. I was thinking like what did you find was the imminent invasion in your life? Sorry. I know about the French anthem and their the monarchy and the political tension with it. I wasn't very clear. My bad. I was like, what was your figurative imminent invasion? How'd you resonate it with the anthem? This Hudo. Hudo. Oh no, wait. Postcard. That's Hagaki. Hagaki. kotoba. Your insecurities? Oh, okay. Oh, you were just providing some context. Oh, okay, okay. Good. Didn't wanna go down a rabbit hole. Perhaps go down a rabbit hole on a misunderstanding. 教科書。
教科書。
教科書。Oh, this is ude?
時計。
Toke. Oh no, it's not I was thinking ude toke, but it's toke, not part. Okay, toke. Right, toke. Soba.
言葉。
Soba. Hagaki.
はがき。
Hagaki. 道中。
街中。
街中. Not the middle of the street. Okay, sorry. 街中。
こと。
こと。
こと。は。がき。
はがき。He even shouted Viva la France. Okay.
言葉。
I think that's cute. 言葉。
こと。はがき。
はがき。あ。
言葉。
今回。
今回。
6分。
6分。
はがき。
はがき。
辞書。
辞書。
Oh no, you don't get bonus. Never mind. You don't get a bonus. All right. We're going to our lesson after a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right, let's get this. Now that I'm 150 mils lighter. Get. All right.
貼ります。
Let's see. 貼ります。貼る right?
貼ります。この近くに郵便局はありますか？
この近くに。
この近く。
この近くに郵便。
郵便。
郵便局。 郵便局はありますか？
局はありますか？
郵便局、
郵便局。
郵便局、
That moment when your text is too big and it does a line break. Or the entry is too big. あります。
咲きます。
Ah! Wait. Oh,
貼ります。
right.
郵便、
Did I write haru? Yes, I did.
郵便、
Bean. Haru.
春、
Stuck. ありました。切ってを貼りました。Thanks. What are you trying to do? Get me to go to the bathroom again, Tio? I'm kidding. Let's see.
切って
切って
お
を貼りました。
た
郵便。
貼ります。
Ah!
郵便、
No one saw that.
郵便局は
I was-
もう閉まっています。
I was about to say, you're just kidding? Oh no. Alright, 11 out of 10. I appreciate the dad joke vibes. I appreciate it. I will never liver this down, huh? This moment. What you call it? I'm not sure if you could ever get the impression. Here's a stereotype that's kind of interesting. There's something about maybe it's particularly about the Asian culture, but puns, like word puns and turn of phrases and stuff, it's great for all ages. Or like at least a significant population of the Asian culture. While like on the Western side of things, I think slapstick comedy and stuff is a little bit more like situational, like dumb, like being dumb kind of thing is a little bit more casual forward. But puns, I had a fascination with puns. Year throughout my life, even though living in the United States, a lot of times the humor tends to be like slapstick, dumb humor. I quite enjoy silly puns, even from a very young age, and separated from my parents' fascination with puns. But I quite like it. I'm not very good at improv humor, so the only reason I had that comeback to organ pun jokes, is because I've done it before. And I recycle my material that I rehearsed. No kidding. You know? No cap. All fire.
郵便局はもう閉まっています。
You mean... I think if I were ever to be a comedian or a stand-up, like doing stand-up, I would probably archetypically be that comedian where you say a lot of things with a straight face and it's funny. That's pretty much that's what I got going for me. Things that are incredibly cringy, or did he just say that funny kind of thing, but I would say it with a straight face, because not you know, you make an observation about life and it's like, well, that's this one time this kid told me how fantastic so and so and whatnot, and then I told the kid, good for you, kid, go out there, touch more grass. And then that's about it. And then it'd be like some sort of punchline like, well, that was rather disappointing, and then move on with the bit. Like it'd be something like extraordinary or something, and then the contrast would be me not being that excitable, because I typically am not excitable. I also think that's intrinsically American humor. Yeah, touch more grass. You know, it would be like a story, someone saying like, oh, I just cracked this 1.2 second. It would be like an elaborate, like, oh, I just broke the world record run in 1.2 seconds by doing this clipping maneuver that deal with triple inputs with a one frame, one perfect frame execution or something. And then my thought was like, wow, that's very amazing. And all I'm thinking is touch more grass. that's where I would go. And obviously it would be ironic because I would say touch more grass, but I would mean like you know, as long as you're happy kind of deal. That would be the type of humor I would probably lean into. You dislike how Latin American humor revolves around tricking someone and sexual stuff, like innuendo prone things? Yeah, I can see that. When my youth was pretty much largely the giddy, mischievous type of humor tends to be innuendos, like innuendo laced. I am not a stranger to innuendo laced things. However, it's usually situational, contextual situational awkwardness. So things like okay, I'm gonna tell you something of recent. Charms is someone I met recently. I was playing Neverwinter. I think this was 2 Mondays ago. And we were talking about TV shows, and they mentioned a TV show on the British Broadcasting Channel, and immediately when I said it, that person reacted as like, oh right, yes, that's a thing. And then, you know, I would imagine that's a laugh. That's where I would like pause for a laugh. And I quote, in context, remember we're talking about TV shows and the British Broadcasting Channel. I say, oh yeah, I watch a lot of BBC. Like I quite like that channel. Proceed. Right. That's how that works. In some way, that would have been the punchline to a lot of stand-up comedians, like a stand-up comedian's punchline, the setup for acronyms, right? And you know what? I would turn that into a language learning story, and that's probably where I would go. I would be like, so speaking of learning English as a second language, let's start with how that was funny. Or something like that. Go into a digression on how one could misconstrue acronyms because, ladies and gentlemen, be very, very careful with your English acronyms. You know?
郵便局はもう閉まっています。
You being oh, sorry. I still have that. Yeah, it happened. Oh, what was the other one? Oh, okay, here's a language learning one. So I could make a stand-up comedian about what it's like to be a Duolingo streamer learning a language. I could do a comedy bit on this. The other example would be, a lot of times during personalized practice, which is the review section, right? This, I'm providing some context so I'm not taking out of context. During personalized practice, Japanese have another writing system, right? It has kana, which is like the phonetic, sort of like the phonetic things. So you learn kanji to replace the kana. So like this kanji doesn't, like this character doesn't necessarily tell you how to pronounce the thing. So during personalized practice, sometimes it goes back and they will show a kana of a word. And the word was, I'm going to write it in Romaji for convenience. Atama. So, atama. And this word means head. Okay? This word means head. And by no prompt of anyone, there was a personalized practice where it said, my head hurt. Right? Wow. Handwriting is awful. My head hurt. Usually I tell myself what I know in kanji, which are these characters, and what I know in kana. So at the time, I did not know the kanji for head. So I uttered the words when I was reading. It's like, oh yeah, I didn't have head yet. Oh, I guess I'll get some head eventually. Yep. There you go. That's the punchline. That is indeed what I said. It was in several videos because it goes back. Now we know atama. Atama, we do have the kanji for atama. Which is this. This is the kanji. So and here's the follow-up punchline, right? The follow-up punchline. I eventually got head. Like, this is head. So to provide some context, eventually we got the kanji for head. But I'll carry that story with me for some time. I got quite a lot of more awkward situations that deal with language learning. Yeah.
郵便局はもう閉まっています。
Yep.
郵便局
はね、もうsomething.
郵便局はもう閉まっています。
もう閉まってね。閉まっています。閉まっています。So it's already closed. The post office is already closed. Okay.
郵便
郵便
夜
青い
青い
そう歌いました。
歌いました。
あります。
この辺に郵便局はありますか？この
辺この辺に郵便局はありますか？
ありますか？
ありますか？ Whoops.
あります。
誕生日郵便火曜日はい。
切手をここに貼ってください。
切手をここに貼ってください。貼って
切手をここに貼ってください。
ください。Please. I was gonna say please stick, but I use put. Okay. 郵便局は茶色の建物です。
郵便
局は茶色の建物
です。
Alright. I bought 2 postage stamps at the post office. Okay.
郵便
局
局
郵便局で郵便局で stamps. I guess 切手 stands for postage stamps in general.
切手
切手を2枚 No. Yes. 2枚買いました。
2枚買いました。
I will paste the paper? I will paste the paper. I'm guessing they're using haru again. Haru is multi-purpose for sticking things. So I will paste the paper. 手紙を貼ります Or oh no, just kami. This paper, not a letter.
紙
Kami
を
o
ます
arimasu. ここ。
ここ
Oh,
ここ
yes.
ここ
ここにあったの。
切って
切手を貼
貼っ
っててください。
ください
In college, there's this course called physiology, right? Which involves learning how the body works, right? In the macro sense, yeah. In order to pass this course, one must take 2 written exams and 1 oral exam. To pass the oral exam, you must select a random topic out of 60 topics and describe it to the professor. Then answer his questions. Yeah, so you have to do a chalk talk, right? Yeah. Do you still use chalkboards nowadays? You do a chalk talk? You're behind, or a dry eraser board or whatever, but and yeah, 60 exams. Not really? Oh, interesting. So you give like a, I don't know, a rehearsed seminar, right? And then they do follow-up questions. Interesting. It kind of reminds me of like a bridging to an oral exam. The oral exams that I'm used to are, you don't get to choose a topic though. That's the catch. Well, you don't typically get to choose the topic either. Well, you did kind of get to choose the topic. Oh, you must select a random topic? Wait. Okay. Hold up. So you got a pool of 60 topics. And a random topic is selected for you? Right? In this pool, you get a 1, right? You don't get to choose. But that's it's no different. You don't get to choose. The chalk talk format is the chalk talk format I'm referring to is you learn all you can about the random topic or a topic of your choice, whichever. Like, you get a topic, you have a topic, so you learn as much as you can about it, and then the whole time the peers, your mentors, ask you about the topic, and then you explain it on the spot, on the board. Those are the type of oral exams that I'm used to. So it is still the topic, whether it's random or not, whether you choose or not. The format is what I was thinking of. So what your format is, you present it, I guess. You present the topic, and then they ask follow-up questions. Is that how the oral exam goes? Oh, okay. So traditional structure. Like, this is what I meant by chalk talk. Chalk talk is, what happens is they know you know the topic. They know you know the topic. And their goal is to find what you don't know, or how far you've gone. Find out what you don't know. And then you stop there. So if I were to give you a random topic out of 60, you're going to learn as much as you can. You have no idea what they're going to do. Oh, you didn't know its name in English, so that's why I said, okay. So have you ever had an exam like this yet? This to me is the level of things that are most closest to my like the last thing that I've done. And it's wild. It's a wild experience. It's this is pretty cool. This is your standard in the United States. This is kind of standard. This one is like when you go to professional school. So I kind of sort of expect this in like med school and PhD, where now the topic is whatever you dedicated your life to, right? Whatever you dedicated your life to. And then your peers, the people who are evaluating you, they're going to ask you, they're going to keep grilling you until the point where you don't know anymore. Like, they want to know how far you've gone until you don't have a response. And that is where your level is. And is that level satisfactory? And that's how you pass an oral exam, or how to pass a chalk talk, as opposed to getting a grade or something, right? Like, oh, you did 70%. What does that mean? Most of the time, these chalk talks are, now you're an expert, or you're seemingly an expert, or wanting to become an expert. So we're going to ask you things until you're unable to respond, or we're satisfied, or we're dissatisfied, and then you get a fail. You fail, right? It's a very interesting open-ended approach. So I don't think there's a time and place for this approach. It's kind of like if I asked you, hey, I don't know anything about your culture that you live in. If I gave you 6 months and you focus on figuring out as much as you can, prepare whatever the way you want, and then come back and I'll just ask you about as many questions as I can that I come up with on my own, right? Do your knowledge cover all of what I need to know, right? That's better than written exams. It's my preferred type of exams. At the time, it was terrifying. Like, it was scary, nerve-wracking, the most insecure I've ever been. And then normalizing that became the idea that this is what life is. This is how life really is. Like, what I mean by that is, I'm not saying you have to do this right away or something. At some point, as a professional, this is the situation you will be in, likely. Someone's going to ask you a question and you might not be able to answer the question. So how do you go about using all your collective experience and knowledge to best answer the question at the moment? As a medical professional, as a psychologist, as a professor, you are not known or expected to know the gravity of the world's knowledge. But how do you convey that and understand and give a level of perception to explain to someone? It kind of sounds like what I'm doing now on stream. That's what I'm used to. So the way I explain things and whatnot is the consequence of those types of exams, right? You're not going to be able to comprehensively tell them what the right answer is. You're going to tell them the best answer you can support and provide at the time. And if it exceeds their knowledge, then it's satisfactory. If it's not, you will determine and ask and explain where your gaps in knowledge is. And what happens then is the person who's asking the question and the person who's supplying the answer both are equally exchanging information. They're learning about each other. So the person asking the question may learn something and also be able to dispense learning information to the person they're asking, and then that other person is sharing back. So that's kind of like what I'm very used to trying to get people, any stranger that I meet, right, online and stuff, I want to collectively get into that position where, no, it's not I know everything. It's between the two of us, we can know things. And can we share those things and in a mutual platform, right? And that's why I love being in a university, like in a classroom, not necessarily in a classroom where there's someone who's omnipotent and the source of all material, but in a classroom filled with scholars who exchange ideas, right? We confide in each other, we confer to each other, we confirm and disagree and like peer review each other. I kind of miss that. I do quite miss that. The internet is completely void of that most of the time because you're consuming a completed product, right? You're consumed a completed product. When you complete an exam, you're offering answers that are completed, as in there are complete responses to them. Not all exams, of course. There are open-ended exams that may be left for more interpretation, and you kind of expect that when you go to a professional school, right? Like, be it a PhD track or a medical school. And in my opinion, when one becomes comfortable with that type of examination and that type of thinking, you're ready, in my opinion. Because when you go out and become a professional, there aren't going to be black and white answers most of the time anymore. And the idea is you are able to synthesize and critically think and problem solve with all the observations you can make on the fly. Like, I can't tell you how often when, as a science, you're doing research, you're like, okay, so the answer's clear. I want to do this. I want to measure this, and I want to measure this, and then I do it, right? How do I do this? And then you find out no one did it. So how do you go about doing it? So okay, maybe I combine this guy's technique with this technique, and maybe I come up with something on my own and combine. It's close enough, and then I have to confer with my colleagues if it stands up to rigor and whatnot. And that to me is the quote unquote a level of thinking that's required for thinking professions that involve that type of. Obviously there are things I can't do. If you give me a power tool, I am most likely going to injure myself, right? If you tell me how to build a house, that house is going to suck. So there are other skills involved, but in terms of like exams, those type of exams, especially a medical professional or someone at a higher level in that case, in those situations, being comfortable with the idea that the best you can do is know as much as you can, and then be able to reason, use critical thinking skills and whatnot. So like answering impossible questions is a great one. Like when someone comes up to you and asks you, what is the best moment in your entire life? That might sound cringy, but that's a very common question. And how would you go about answering it? Would you answer it with a singular object, or would you qualify it? Qualify it and then make some disclaimers, offer methodology of the approach, and then reasonably present your results and your conclusion on your tentative favorite moment in your entire life. And that's kind of, in my opinion, what makes people think someone is logical. I don't necessarily think someone who doesn't say it isn't logical. I think it's become too automatic. As in, what I mean is they're used to thinking that everyone can think like them. And that's where professionals, especially medical professionals, do not have the wiggle room for, because you're becoming an expert, a professional expert. You actually tend to presume the opposite. You are in charge, you are controlled, you have the information, so you are reliant on providing the logic and the security and the understanding to provide all those fundamental understandings. So if you can't explain that stuff and feel uncomfortable or annoyed that you have to explain the same question over and over again and not focus on how you explain it and whatnot, becoming a professional expert in something might not be the greatest career choice, right? It is a big separation from someone who's casually doing something, right? Like, for example, someone who's casually trying to teach something for the first time in their lives so they can sell a product. In my opinion, it's very obvious to me where their deficiencies are. Like, you can tell a difference between someone who worked at a professional level selling a product and someone who is a sole proprietor who's doing their own thing. Now, That's not to say that they won't be equally successful. The idea is there's a distinctive characteristic difference. Have I ever seen German ads before? I have not. Well, okay, I've seen one German ad, but it's not a great example. I'll tell you when I ask you, why do you ask? I don't see a lot of German ads. I did see one, and I keep it in my back pocket for humor, like, which I'll share in a bit. May I ask, what is the motivation by asking me, have I seen a German ad before? Because this one's pretty funny. It's about language learning, by the way. That's why it comes to mind. It's a language learning ad. This is way, way before I started Duolingo, by the way. And I don't know any. German ads are simple and they simply state how the product is good. Oh, okay. Let me see if this fits into the German category. So this is an ad where, mind you, it doesn't try to convince you. Yeah, no persuasion stuff. They demonstrate and show the, yeah. Or do they demonstrate at all? Here's the demonstration. So for example, so imagine a scene, right? This is the scene. Right? So you have a car, right? You have a car and the camera is like zoomed into this cockpit. Or not cockpit, but the cabin. So there's a family, right? A family gets in, right? And they turn the car on. And then music started playing. And it's in English. And it says, I want to F you in the butt. Something like that. Over and over again. Okay? And at first they were startled and then they start bouncing on it. And then they started smiling and they bounced to the beat. And then the car proceeds to pull out of the parking lot. So there's a car to the left. And they proceeded to pull out of the parking lot. Or something like that. It was something, it's not the exact commercial. I'm making an example. The idea was that they didn't know what the lyrics meant. They couldn't understand the lyrics. And then that's an ad for language learning. It was for ESL. That's that. I'm not even sure if it was German, but that's kind of the idea. I'm gonna try to look for the actual commercial and review what's in my head. It's not accurate. What it is it's a couple, it's a family who got in a car. The music blasts and it had like a really poppy beat, but it was saying something vulgar in English. And they just bounced to it because the music was bouncy and whatnot, but they clearly didn't understand English. Slap across, you know? And honestly, whenever I listen to anime, right? Especially the comedy anime, I think of that. I think of that commercial. I'm like, oh yeah, this song is so cute. Meanwhile, the song could be saying anything, and I'm like, I don't know what it is, but it's pretty cool. Something similar to that has actually happened in your country. Yeah. My other example for language learning is, I know I'm gonna draw a butt on screen on scene. So, you know how like when people are like just chilling, right? And then you're watching someone walk in front of you, and then right across the butt, it's like got milk or something on the butt. And that happens a lot in clothing. And this is obviously an older, like we're gonna say a very older Asian lady. And I'm like, the heck? Q, ad for language learning. I'm kidding. I'm being facetious, obviously. This happens this happens really regularly, especially between Asian cultures, especially older female Asians, when they wear like very comfortable sweats, right? Like sweats and stuff. It would come from like a hot topic kind of thing, like an edgy grunge store, but the clothing is very comfortable. The problem is no word comprehension. So that happens a lot. Or like like a bra, right? Like a bra, and then on the bra would be like suck on this or something. It gets pretty, you notice these things. It's very difficult to not see them. And that kind of is one of those things that are related to language learning in general. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, I don't conceive these types of situations. When they happen though, I can't unsee the situations anymore. In the 80s, a kids show in Brazil invited an American singer to sing the song "I Don't Want No Small O Endowed Man." It feels illegal to even say it. Yeah, yikes. Yeah. Context, right? Context appropriateness. And I'm not saying you I'm trying not to say you can't make songs like that and whatnot. Just, it's not quite the appropriate place. And that's because they don't know the lyrics. Yeah. Like for example, kids bouncing way back in the day when they rediscovered the word, rediscovered the song, I'm Too Sexy. I think that's the name. I don't know if that's the title of the song, but the lyric, I'm too sexy for my etc. I'm too sexy. That song. Or well, what's another lyric? Ooh, ah, just a little bit. I don't know what the song's called anymore. Just a little bit. Ooh, just a little bit more. I don't know if you recognize this song, but the first time I heard this song, I was too old for the, like, I was already like probably older than 13 years old when I heard this song. I'm like, what the heck? And I quickly realized, like, oh, that's exactly what they're talking about. So you have these like kids bop stuff coming out and next to like the CDs, and I'm like, what? So this the song is kind of catchy. Like, I kind of like the song. The song has a very poppy, I'm gonna say poppy 80s kind of like post rock kind of sound. And yeah, songs. Sometimes I feel like I'm jamming in Japanese songs, and the Japanese songs could be saying like, yeah, Americans are idiots, and no, I wouldn't think that would be said. It's obvious, going to be pretty obvious, but you know what I mean. Like, it could be saying like, I like falling down on the ground, and I wouldn't know the difference. Obviously now I might know the difference. I've become a little bit more educated, but life is strange. Life is quite strange.
送ります。
Okurimasu.
送ります。
Here's a more wholesome reverse role. Language may not always be harmful, right? Like, for example, imagine this scene where, we're going through the door, there's a couch here, right? Right? Couch here, one of my parents would be sitting here, and then we enter the door, right? Then there'll be two of us, right? So my parents would say something, right? Say something, and then I would say something, and then like 5 minutes would pass by, right? And then my guest would be like, yo, what did they say? And then I would say like, they said hi. Right? And then they'd be thinking like, there's no way. There's no way they only said hi. And then in the long run, it's like they really just only said hi. Like they asked like, oh, did you have a good trip? Or like, are you hungry? But it all ended up really actually generally just it's chit chat for hi, and that was it. So there are times where like language gets truncated too, but for a very reasonable pragmatic reason, and then it's met with skepticism. In those situations, it's like the reverse. It's like it's skeptical. It's very suspicious because there was a lot exchanged. But meanwhile, you could sit in a car and listen to a song in a language you don't understand, and you're bopping along, and they said a lot of things. You listen to a 5-minute song, and suddenly you're like, it sounded good, and then you're okay with it, right? Humans are indeed fascinating creatures when you evaluate the different behavioral responses when it comes to the order of priority when it comes to understanding. And I think that's what makes humans very fun. I like seeing these things. It's very endearing to me. Misunderstandings will happen, right? Things will happen, but the idea is we can learn from it and we can laugh about it and hopefully not destroy each other over it.
送ります。
送ります。
10日かかった。
10日かかった。Of course you would do this. Anyways. Oh, took 10 days. Ah! Oh, it took 10 days. Whoops.
1000円かかる。
Yeah, hopefully we won't. Right. Oh yeah, and then also you gotta... Oh, you got more? There's more to the story? Okay, okay. Go on.
1000円かかる。円、円、1000円。
1000円。
かかる。
かかる。送る。
送る。
Now I really want to know if that was a German commercial. Okay, I found it, but hang on. I found it. It was pretty easy thanks to the advent of Google search, but I don't know if this is a German commercial, so hear me out here. But here's the link to it. This is the commercial, by the way, in case you're wondering. Sorry, I'm literally sending you a link of a YouTube video of a literal ad. Well, what is this nonsense, right? I don't know if it's German. I don't remember. I'll watch it later. But it was fairly easy. I put in English ad, ESL ad, car, and that's it. And that came up because it's viral at one point. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. What do we have? It took 10 days. Okay.
10日。
10日かかった。
今朝は郵便が多かった。今朝は
郵便。
届き。
あ、
届き、郵便。
郵便。
多か。今朝は郵便が多かった。
郵便。
今朝は郵便が多かった。今朝は郵便が多かった。
郵便が多かった。
た。
Oh, that's a lot. Yeah. Fair enough. 切符を買いたい。 簡単ですが、
このドアは鍵がかかっている。
このドアは鍵がかかっている。What? This door. This door は鍵がかかってる。かかっている。Really? So it's saying this door needs a key? So in other words, it's locked? An interesting way to go about that. Is that how that really works? Kaka? So that's kakaru. So kakaru, to take a resource. Oh, this. Oh, okay. This door needs a key. Hence, this door currently needs a key. Hence, the door is locked. Okay, that makes sense. That's a way to think about it. It requires a resource, and it's saying it requires a key. So this door is requiring a key. You actually have two physiology teachers. One for the theory, and another for the practice. Oh, okay. I took the oral exam with the practice teacher. Ah. When I was about to leave, I ran into my theory teacher who asked me how I did and what chapter I picked. Because I randomly chose chapter 42, the respiration control. I replied, I chose breath control. Let's say it was a breathtaking experience. She half smiled and nodded and went with her day. That's kind of cute. It was most definitely that would have been a breathtaking experience for sure. With a raised eyebrow, I would, if I were to embody it, there would be a half raised eyebrow and a very good. Carry on. Breath control. Wow. Dum. It was wholesome in some way. Yeah. Having an oral exam will having such an exam, an oral exam will most definitely take your breath away. You know, it will definitely it'll definitely test your breathing skills. That's for sure. Especially for the first time. In like a new academic setting. 貼ります。
貼ります。
Cute. Very cute. What's that? 送ります。
送ります。
送ります。7時。
7時。
少し。
少し。
少し。郵便。
郵便。
You're starting to make me think of how I can make how can I make a lot of my pocket stories into puns with a punchline. Just like add an ending to all my stories with a punchline. Something like there was this one time, right, we were talking about how plates could affect one's appetite. So when you have a very decorative plates, you know, dress your food, color palette and whatnot, you eat with your eyes, right? And then I realized we should really one great way to increase your appetite is to have a very good trip to China. That was so hand over fist trying to make it. Why though? Because having good China improves your appetite. You know? You know? Sorry, I was prompt, like, there was like 2 or 3 layers of trying to get that to work. You don't get it? Oh, okay. So, China. Oh, I see what you did there. Wait, now are you pulling my leg or are you actually doing an ESL moment? Are you really pulling my leg? Now I'm not sure if we're joking with each other. China is like eating where? No, you meant to say that you're having an ESL moment. Oh yeah. Okay. Nah, that's not something. I was trying to be funny, but being intentfully funny is weird. I don't get it. It's too hard. Oh, you don't get it? Because you don't know, yeah, China is dinner. China is like servingware in the I don't know if it's I don't know if it's an American thing or something. It's serviceware. Which I can't. So like your plates and stuff, it had been referred to as China before. So I was trying to make a connection between going to China for good Chinese food, right? The joke about like going to a country to get good Chinese food, but then if you have good China, I know explaining jokes is pretty lame. I know, but we'll get through this. You'll survive. We'll both grow from this moment. It's not a thing in, yeah. I should have I would go and say fiesta wear. So China is fiesta wear. You know? China and fiesta wear is the same thing. Oh wait, are you familiar with fiesta wear? I'm not sure if this is a pun too, in my opinion. Now it's being used like ironically. Fiesta wear. Oh no. We're not gonna go into this. There was in Central America, I think it might be Central America. There's a line of like plates. Like no worries. Like I wasn't trying. I was trying to be funny, but there was no way I was gonna come up with it. Like China has or not China. Oh my gosh. So I don't know if it's Central America, the origins, but there's these plates, these types of plates, right? And they're coated. They're coated with like a very characteristic paint, and they're ceramic. They're ceramic plates. And I don't know in what way did they become associated with fiesta, but fiesta is, Spanish, right? And it was a very characteristic way to describe these plates because they were fiesta ware to extent. They were plates from Central America. Yeah, and then fiesta means party. Yeah, I know. So here's the thing though. I think there was some problems with these fiesta ware. Like there was like certain things that happened, and some people might say it was a clown fiesta. So this goes really deep. It's kind of like a internet thing. So then the clown fiesta thing happened, and then I'm like, oh no, the controversy with fiesta ware became a clown fiesta, and I'm like, oh no, yeah. So I don't know where I'm going with this. It's somehow related to China being used as a way to name plates, and so on. And now everything is just a clown fiesta, right? That's kind of how that went. This is what happens when you know too much, or like you went down a rabbit hole too deep and then you start connecting everything and everything just connects with everything else. Welcome to my mind palace. Welcome to my mind palace is what I can say about that. This is me 20, well, maybe not 24/7. Sometimes I'm unconscious, so like maybe 8 hours a day. This is me in my head making the connections. It do be like that for real, no cap. Yeah, it do be going like that all the time. Bussin' and sussin' on. Bussin' and sussin'. Okay, all right. Well, there you go.
耳
Mimi, Isha,
医者
who? Why do I keep? I'm not getting the pitch accent on.
は
Uto?
がき
Hagaki? Oh no, that's why. Because that's Hagaki, not Udo. Uto. Kuchi. Kuchi.
口
Kuni.
国
Okay.
今日は郵便が来るのが遅い
I only heard Osoi. I kind of blanked out momentarily. Let's see.
今日は
Yubin.
郵便
Maybe Yubin. What's inside? Today's mail. Yubin wa, well, yo wa let's see. Yubin
が
ga
見る
miru no
Ga.
ga. That's not right.
今日は郵便が来るのが遅い
Oh,
見るのが来る
kuru
No
no
ga.
ga. Kuru no ga osoi.
遅い今日は郵便が来るのが遅い
The mail came late. Today's mail came late. Or the mail delivery is late today, sure. The last sentence sounded something dirty in Spanish. I don't remember what the last sentence was. Unfortunate. I'll have to think about it. When I start learning, once I start reviewing like Spanish in February, this type of discussion is gonna possibly happen again. Well, shelf that for now. A few weeks ago, you met an Argentinian couple, and after talking for a while, the guy said, "You're basically a Brazil." Why? No. Is that like you're basically a Brazil but Spanish speaker Brazil? How does that work? It was like a term like half Paraguayan. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. So that's the nominalize Brazil, Paraguay with the O at the end. Yeah, the nominalized version. I see. I haven't thought of slamming American Chinese American into a hybrid word like that. I'm thinking about it, but I don't think it sounds very nice. Usually I guess the thing I default to is ABC, because English, the alphabet, and then we just do ABC. It annoys you, for the lack of a better word, how Hispanified you got? Interesting. Why does that annoy you? What is it about it that annoys you about it? What is this? Higaki. Oh no, hagaki.
はがき
Hagaki.
医
Isha.
者
Isha. Posto.
ポスト
Posto.
国
Undo.
運動
My English has gotten Japanified a little bit. A lot of my English, my casual basic conversation English got Japanified because of all the translations.
彼女は昨日はがきを送った。彼女は
I find myself saying panda instead of panda a lot. But although, if I say panda, I'm pretty sure that is just British. Right? Pretty sure British people just say panda anyways. Well, not with that type of sharpness though, panda. But that's fine, you know? For a bit, my English got Hispanified when I was learning Spanish. Konnichiwa, Arturus. Konnichiwa.
彼女は昨日はがきを送った。
彼女ははがきを送ったね。昨日
昨日彼女は昨日はがきを送った。
送った。Right. Had to establish that it was in the past. So 昨日。韓国にこれを送っ I sent this, okay. 送ります。No, 送って。No. Wait. 送る is, yeah, 送ってください。送ってください。
韓国
にこれを
送り送ってください。
手紙を送りたいのですが。
How far along am I in my Japanese learning? This is day... whatever is written in the top left-hand corner. This is day 281. If you're talking about how far in terms of Duolingo, this is section 3, unit 73. And if you're talking about like relative perspective, we're gonna say comfortably N4. Just JOPT N4. Those are probably, yeah, we got the 3 common ways of measuring farness. The Argentinian couple even laughed at your accent, not in a mean way, because I sounded excessively Paraguayan to them. It was legit funny, but it slightly bothered you. Oh, I see. Huh. So you have a twinge of wanting to be, wanting to sound another way. I mean, why not try? Or what is it that you want to sound like? What is it like you want to sound like? 手紙を送りたいのですが。Okay. It was little mail this morning. Little. This is the one time they used Skunai. Skunai. Ne? No. Yeah. Shkunakata. Yes. This morning. Kesa.
今朝、
Kesa wa
郵便、
Yubin. Yubin ga
少なかっ
skunakata
た
desu.
です。
I just want to be Brazilian. I mean, again, this is not an actual problem, but I don't know. You want it? Oh, just strictly Brazilian. Oh, interesting. You tried a little bit of Japanese in Duolingo, but the kanji you found is intimidating and can't quite grasp the spelling of each? Oh. So what have you been using instead, Arturus? I've heard great things about Wanikani. Have you tried Wanikani? It is a paid service, so if this type of resource is not in a concern, I've heard that a companion thing when it comes to like strictly the kanji part, like the kanji part, this has done wonders for people who don't resonate with Duolingo per se. And then there's also self-invested version, which have a higher peak of entry, which is using an Anki SRS. These are all SRS systems, by the way, most of these. So if you're wanting another flavor of the static SRS that Duolingo has, Anki is dynamic. However, it requires a lot of user input. So when I'm getting at is if you understand why Duolingo doesn't work, like what I mean is if you figured out things you might need, Anki can be personalized to some extent as a way to do SRS in your own way. However, if you're still not sure and you want to sample other types of SRS to see if you can figure out what doesn't and does work, Wanikani is one. There's also Bushu. Bushu is also like this, and Bushu is a much more closer alternative to Duo. So if the things that work, right? If you're motivated, if Duo helps you get motivated, Bushu do that same thing. However, their approach to SRS is different. So if something that works, like one of the aspects of Duo that works, like gets you motivated, streaks and stuff, Bushu also has this stuff, as far as I know. And then they do the approach a little bit differently. Wanikani also does the same thing, where they keep the motivation aspect, right? Like the streaks and points and stuff to keep people motivated. However, the way they go about SRS is different. So if you have no idea, like still filling around on what is trying to get your kanji to stick, these two are common alternatives to Duo's perspective. Duo's kanji approach is definitely very selective, to say the least. And then Anki is like when you have enough experience and you know, oh, I don't like this part of Bushu and I want this part of Bushu, and then Wanikani does this and that. Anki is a platform, it's a flashcard platform, and it's more customizable. So if that helps out, or if you haven't already encountered any of these. But these come up a lot. These four names come up quite a lot. And a lot of times Duo is the starting point, and then most of the people migrate to the others. There's also Babbel, which I'm sure will come up in the situation. Babbel is very using the industrial approach that's very similar to Duo. So that's also a thing that you may want to try and see if find out what works and what doesn't work. Oh, wait. I don't know if Babbel has Japanese, actually, now that I think about it. I have no idea. I'm sorry, I haven't used Babbel, but I'm not sure if Babbel has Japanese. It is a language learning thing that takes a different approach. It's another industrial one. I cannot tell you if it has Japanese. Funny you mentioned that. I was just mentioned that earlier by another. I'm going to look into it. Depending on the pricing of the service, I mainly stick with French on Babbel and started Spanish recently. Yes, I would say if you want like the quote unquote. So I'm not sure if they have Japanese. I haven't done it, but it is one of those bigger services that might include. If you want like the AAA experience, you know, like I'm gonna put in quotes, it's Spanish. It's Spanish for Duolingo and English. So if you're interested in Spanish and English, it's probably have the most fixings, like feature rich thing. And that's great that you're using Duolingo for Spanish. So if you wanted to see what all of the things that Duo has to offer, it's either Spanish or English. So you can test out to see if, oh, I really like this feature. I really like this feature. In terms of Babbel, I have no comments other than I know that it's very popular. So you might want to look into that. Kanji is definitely a harder thing to grasp for anyone that does not use a language that uses symbols to represent things. I agree, Panda. So normalizing that as much as you can early on is probably the breaking point, right? What is your name? I just looked and Babbel does not have Japanese. Okay. It's good to know. English is your native language. Yeah, it's nice to establish all of these things. So I'm guessing the other person mentioned Wanikani. Is that the other thing that they mentioned? Another streamer? I think Wanikani, I will be going to try to do something with Wanikani in the future, in a very near future. And I'll probably explain that more in the future. But I actually think Wanikani does do an incredible, wonderful job from testimonials. So I want to share this information in case, like you said, depending on the pricing of the service. So I've used Duolingo a very long time now. When I like a product, right, I usually look for lifetime subscription, like a lifetime. I'm not affiliated with Wanikani or Duolingo, as a disclaimer. They offer a lifetime sub, as in a one-time payment, right? One-time license. And the last 2 years, around Christmas time, I think they had a sale on it, a discount sale on it. And for me, after all my like time with Duolingo, Wanikani has 90% of the time been quite favorable to the people around me that started with Duo or still continue to use Duo, but also added Wanikani to their to mix it up so that there's no complacency setting in. And they tend to have a sale on their lifetime sub. So for me, I often, when I think of investments, I think of things in the process of years to 2 years. I want to give you a little bit of my mindset so that if you don't relate to any of this, I would take my advice or like my suggestions and stuff with a grain of salt. But I usually think of things in 1 year or 2 year aspects. So their lifetime subscription amounts to about this range. And if they were going to put a deal on it, what I'm going to do is if they repeat this deal, which they have the last 2 years, I will be able to say more about it. Mind you, I have not used Wanikani. However, I would say a vast majority of people are very favorably liking Wanikani service. I am a fan of one-time purchase, so this might be in the future. I only wanted to share this in case you're like one of those people who like, I'm not into subscription, but if a lot of people say they could use this for a year or two, heads up, it's almost Christmas time. It happens to be like less than, I don't know what the day is, but within 3 weeks, and you might be able to find discounts on maybe like a 6-month subscription or a year subscription. They have different tiers like Babbel and whatnot. We're talking about wanikani here. Wanikani. It's very specifically made for Japanese language learners. So, I would, if you're ever interested in this very specific thing, there will be I would likely think there's going to be a Christmas sale or like a between Christmas and New Year's. So factor that in if you type that down, please. It's here. It's wanikani. Wanikani. Yeah. But yes. I'll type it though. Wanikani. So they're as a friendly, I guess, advertisement for Wanikani, they do have discounts on longer subscriptions. If you're going that route. I might go that route. I will probably go that route. When I'm going to use it is up to me if I buy a lifetime subscription, right? I love that there are apps that are around that are making language learning approachable. Call me Jack Sparrow. There you go. That's at least what I can say about the savings prospects of that type of service. Is Wanikani like Duo? It's kind of like Duo. Yes. It's kind of like Duo in the terms of it's using like gamification like things, but it doesn't do any of this. Like what I mean is it does not take this approach. It's Wanikani, I feel like is closer, from what I gathered, is a bit closer to how people like to digest Anki. Like how and I know I said Anki is personalized, but the common practices of Anki, the stuff that people like, which is absent in Duo, Wanikani kind of covers. So Wanikani is definitely addressing a much more narrow, specific thing, and that is kanji acquisition. It's still using SRS though, so it's the space repetition. However, it's a very different approach, and it's been far more effective, I think, for those who want to grow out of Duo. At some point, my hot take for this is do both until it stops working. Right? Moderation, right? When you do something for too long, like if you learn a specific way for a very long time, the performance dips. There's diminished return because of complacency. One becomes complacent. So having access to many tools and using more tools and then finding out if they work for you and stuff, eventually you'll come up with your own schedule, right? Like you can do push-ups for the rest of your life if you want, or you can do chest diamond push-ups, you can do incline push-ups, right? You can do decline push-ups, you can do weighted push-ups on rings. That's kind of how I would describe the SRS portfolio, like Bushu, Wanikani, Duo. That's you're varying your exercise enough that you're engaging yourself again. I think one of the things that make Duo the first app usually that someone grows out of is because it's free, right? So there's no commitment, there's no obligation. So the moment you become complacent, as in, oh, I know all this stuff, it's getting so slow, I need something faster, you grow out of it. Duo has no financial commitments. Wanikani does. So their retention is probably higher due to monetary commitment. That's kind of one of the psychological things that you want to become aware of. That goes the same with Pimsleur, right? Pimsleur, Ling Q. or pretty much any service you buy from an influencer, right? There is monetary. There's also a monetary obligation, and you might be thinking, oh well, that's very weak. It's quite strong. When you obligate yourself, no matter what the source is, it creates another emphasis, right? If you're already motivated now and then you invested monetarily, or even if you knew a friend invested theirs, that sentimentalism goes to reinforce the consistency. Duolingo is one of the lowest barriers of entry into language learning, hence its popularity, but also its divisive staying power. Eventually, a free product will overstay its welcome unless you upgrade. And then that upgrade has to be significant. So, Duo Max is a thing. So when you're ready, Duo Max is an upgrade, and it's an agreeable price. It's like a competitive price for the service, right? And that's the model of freemium approaches, which is what Duo is. You prefer long-term subs in general? They tend to knock a few dollars off. Or yes, exactly. Time subs tend to be very pricey. Exactly. So I mentioned that discount because I think you can buy 6 months or something. You can buy a longer period, but it gets slashed as well. Like it will be even less if you're willing to try something for a longer sub. I actually am, I don't usually say this too often, but I like investing in a product permanently. So I like, if I agree to this product, I'm like, do you have a lifetime license? If you have a lifetime license, give me that. And I will try my best to commit myself to understanding what doesn't work, what does work. Ultimately, when I test a product out or try to use a product, I compensate. So if certain things that the product doesn't do, I continue to recruit other things to it. So the way I'm have been using Duolingo does not represent exactly what Duolingo is doing. It's inspiring me to learn more about my learning habits. So oftentimes when someone asks, how do you like Duolingo, or make commentary, I have a lot to say, largely because I'm dedicated to my learning process as opposed to how much Japanese I've learned so far. I think when you're really engaged in your own learning and emphasizing how well to get yourself to learn, you'll eventually learn most of the things anyways. And your interests will sway, right? You can be swayed at any time, your interest to other things. What constantly pays back is all the learning experience about your learning process, right? That is transferable. Japanese may not necessarily be entirely transferable in all situations. With that said, though, I'm learning both Chinese and Japanese because as I'm learning Japanese, I'm also learning Chinese, and then vice versa. Wanikani is 9 months per month and $89 per year. That sounds about right. And yes, $300. So I was told, or I was read from previous things, I think it gets slashed to $230 for the lifetime or something. I don't know if they're going to even sweeten it even more. And I think the year one goes down too. I don't think they adjust the month subscription. Yeah. You just finished section 1 of Duo? Did you just crush it out? I feel like Panda, you could just skip the you can skip all of Duo and go into like the personal, like the daily practice or something. You strike me as someone that already has a lot of Japanese experience. What that does tell me though is you do cover the stuff and not rest on your laurels. I kind of really appreciate that. It's not every day that you find someone who is already competent in something and get excited about doing it all over again. I am that guy. I'm the guy that when a video game has a tutorial, I still do the tutorial and see how they teach the tutorial. And I know we talked about a little bit about teaching Panda and the basics. I really appreciate that you're also doing it, like it checks out with all the other stuff we talk about. It's concordant. Sometimes I feel like cognitive dissonance can hurt someone a lot more than do themselves favors, right? I don't want to go into that digression right now. We've already digressed a couple more times. How long have you been trying to learn Japanese, Artois? Like, may I ask, what are your interests? Oh, how does Japanese motivate you? Like, how'd you come about Japanese, or a choice of Japanese? Your choice of handle, your name handle, doesn't scream to me that it's quite obvious. A lot of times people give it away because it would be like an anime reference or a Japanese alias or something like that. But in this case, yeah, what interests you? Without saying too much, Japanese has been part of my life since I could form English sentences and Chinese sentences. And yeah, I participate in pop culture most of the time now. So I do watch anime that people recommend or show. I'm watching Dan 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 right now because that was the last thing that someone mentioned, and I understand the whole banana thing now. Where's Blair? Is Blair still here? I understand the banana thing now. However, there's other things, you know, Korean entertainment and whatnot. But Japanese, yeah, it's video games, right? Video games and anime, they're trending. We're on Twitch. That's usually very selective for that. I don't know if any of this is relatable. Usually it is, because if you're on Twitch and you're randomly if you're choosing Japanese as your target language as an English speaker, it can be only a few days. Oh, okay. A lot of your friends is learning it. Then I decide to learn it myself recently. Your main focus, however, is French. Oh, speaking of French, Theo, I'll let you take care of this. That's a huge coincidence, because Theo has always been interested in learning Japanese and whatnot, and there are a lot of reasons. There are people, I'm pretty sure it's Theo. Theo has a lot of people that are Japanese, or like Japanese and like Japanese speakers around. And Theo actually learned French first. 2 years, I think. 2+ years. Where did that goober go? Such a coincidence. I think you guys might have quite a lot of things to talk about. A few days ago, I imagine your friends are interested. Are they English speakers as well that are learning Japanese because of, let's say, anime and video games or something? It's great to have friends to learn alongside. Yeah. I actually think you might not even need any motivations. Perhaps, okay, knowing that you have friends that are also, I'm not saying you don't have friends. when you have friends that are also in language learning, Genki is a thing. So textbooks are pretty cool, I would say. If all of your friends collectively like to language learn, it makes possibilities of textbooks. Textbooks are a possibility, because having people nearby, textbooks don't provide motivation. So, however, if you have friends that are super zealous, right, someone enthusiastic, I think you can even make an argument in terms of the mental space for textbooks. And Genki is an English-based textbook for Japanese, if that hasn't already been mentioned. This is also a common starting point for peeps. Yes, they're learning via Duolingo, and I'm assuming because of anime and whatnot. I see. Are you not into anime at all, or how are you with anime and video games? That sounds like a great way to get, share an activity with your friends. I would say top priority when it comes to learning a target language. I know you've already learned a language because French is your main focus, and I'm not sure if I need to say this to anybody here. Top priority, if you have friends and people like around you, that is number one source. Whether they are native speakers or not, or like fellow language learners, it's irreplaceable to have actual people to interact with, right? Share experience with. I chose to stream sort of for that reason too, kind of. That's keeps me motivated. So you don't have to rely on Duolingo, or the content can be incredibly grueling and hard, but if you have friends, it exceeds beyond the need for that. You like anime? Mainly stuff from the 90s. Yu Hakusho, very nice. Rurouni Kenshin. SP, okay. And then DB, DBZ, DBGT. You know what's funny about all the ones that you named? So Yu Hakusho might get a reboot soon. Have you watched the live action Yu Hakusho that was funded by Netflix? I thought it was pretty alright. It was pretty entertaining. And Rurouni Kenshin got a reboot as well. Although I am a little biased towards Samurai X. SP. Okay. Rurouni Kenshin, you got it. That's the live action Samurai. I think it was fine. Did you watch the Rurouni Kenshin movies as well? Did you watch Samurai X as well? The micro trilogy OVA series of Rurouni Kenshin. And then also let's DBGT, let's talk about that. And right now Daima is happening, right? DB Daima, Dragon Ball Daima, and the late, obviously, also the passing of Akira Toriyama. But all of that stuff is getting rebooted. I don't know how well I don't know if it's happening right now or it has been happening. There is a Rurouni Kenshin reboot that's currently happening right now. And maybe Hunter x Hunter. If you like Yu Hakusho, probably Hunter x Hunter as well. I've quite watched my legacy of shonen, like classical 90s shonen. I think Renma 1.5 was rebooted recently as well. Is that 90s? That might be 80s. Close enough. There's also Gundam. Old school Gundam. Let's see.
切手、
言ってよ。
お、
言ってよ。
送り、
送りのが。
が、
ね？の。
が、の、
送り。
はい。
いや、送りたい。
の、
I know
ですか。
Oh, that's a stamp.
手紙。
手紙. You haven't seen the reboot of it? No. The story to Yu Yu Hakusho was rushed. There wasn't much character. Some plots from the anime weren't there, not to mention some. It's true. The live action. It was a truncated production too, if you know what I mean. And then they kind of combine one of the longest arcs, the Dark Tournament arcs, into it was a one-off micro series. So if we were thinking about it from a perspective of like not trying to capture all of the anime thing, I think it did fairly well for a truncated thing. But knowing the anime, obviously, and knowing the source material, it can be very tough. Yeah. I thought what was captured there was not as FMA like the FMA live action one. However, the Rurouni Kenshin trilogy movies were okay too. I feel like They're a little bit more exemplary. I'm not sure if you watch One Piece. I think Netflix's One Piece live action did fairly well as well. I quite enjoyed it. The casting was on point. And season 2 is coming out soon, and there's gonna be a reboot, or like a Dragon Ball Z Kai kind of going on thing for One Piece. I haven't seen One Piece. There's quite a lot of old posts, like around like 90s 2000s anime that's seeing another life cycle. If I'm being honest, I couldn't even finish the first episode. I kept noticing everything that was wrong and it annoyed you. Oh, okay. Well, that's perfectly fine. That's understandable. I'm largely mentioning a lot of things at once to see if your interests, experience different things. Much like language learning. One Piece is one anime I need to watch, but you haven't seen yet. Okay. I haven't watched I've seen the first 2 seasons, but it's tough to catch up to a 1,000+ episode series, right? I try to stay topical as much as I can. So I am looking forward to what Wit Studio, I think it's the studio that they ended up grabbing to do the Kai version of of One Piece, possibly.
10日かかった。
I'm being very cursory, like I'm hand brushing and hand waving a lot, largely to get a feeling of things that may or may not interest, right? May or may not interest you. More stuff. It goes without saying, there's a lot in between, right? You can explain, we can go into what you might, the little things.
包みを開けてください。
Definitely feel free. Feel free. So do you usually chill in language learning streams, or has this been a recent thing? I have to make a disclaimer. Half the time I'm like yapping about life and mental health and like trying to get people, like encouraging people to like and get excited about doing things in life and whatnot like that, and then using language learning as an example. So hopefully that doesn't become a little too much of a distraction. Hello there, Milky Way again. Hello.
包みを開けてください。
You tend to jump around, but you enjoy language learning streamers the most? Interesting. What other things do you watch? What other interests do you have when you're jumping around? Yeah, that's right, Milky Way. I know you're back from yesterday.
包みを開けてください。
包みを開けて
開けて
くだ
ください。
封筒。
カバンの中身は何ですか？
Kaban? Okay. Kaban. Yeah? Where's Kaban at? Oh.
カバン
Why would you write it like that? Kaban wa... what could this possibly be? Kaban wa... nakami.
中身
What other
中
contents
身
maybe?
何
Nani? Nano?
中身カバンの中身は何ですか？
Oh.
何の
Kaban wa nakami. Mi...
の何の何カバンの中身は何ですか？
What? Oh.
はの
Ah.
何ですか？
Yes. You're either watching something with video games or language learning. Oh, I see you found the YouTube side of things too. Those are your interests on Twitch? Okay. Video games and language learning. Have you played Dragon Ball Sparkling? Sparking? I said sparkling, sorry. Sparking? You did name a bunch of DB Dragon Ball stuff. That's gotta be on the list, right? Pretty hot.
カバンの中身は何ですか？
カバンの中身は何ですか？あ、封筒。
封筒。
封筒。Ah, man. 封筒。
封筒に名前を書いてください。封
筒に名前を書いて
ください。
Oh. Let's see. 送ります。送ります。
送ります。
送ります。送ります。封筒。
封筒。
封筒。包み。
包み。
包み。貼ります。
貼ります。
郵便。郵便。
彼。
彼に。parcel。彼に。ご包み。ご包み。ご包みを送りました。
小包み。
ご包みを送りました。
た。
I have to resist saying 小包。in 小包 small bun。小的包。Okay. What was this? 小包み。小包み。
小包み。
小包み。
郵便。
送りました。送ります。My bad. 封筒。
封筒。
包み。
包み。
包み。You haven't yet? It's on your to-do list? Okay. Last DB game you play? Oh, Xenoverse too. Wow, that's a bit back. The gameplay is amazing, great storytelling. All in all, you love the multiplayer aspect, mainly the co-op? Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, it's nice to see revived interest. I think it's a great time, and also, of course, an unfortunate time with the late Akira Toriyama. However, interest in Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball extended universe and whatnot, is reaching a fever pitch. Yeah, may he rest in peace for sure. This reminds me of when Satoshi Kon passed away early as well. He was quite young compared to Akira Toriyama. Satoshi Kon, I really liked his movies. He's one of the old guard anime movies. One of them would be like Paprika. Paprika, if I can spell, Paprika, and Millennium Actress. I think those are Satoshi Kon movies. Especially Paprika. You're into like the whole like Matrix, early Matrix vibe things. Yeah. Or I guess I would say Satoshi Kon, not Kon. Toshikan comes from my like English pronunciation for a very long time. Dear me. Okay. 封筒
封筒
封筒はがき
はがき、
はがき薬
薬
薬
頭
頭顔
顔
ポストにハガキを入れました。
ポストにはがきを入れました。はい。Okay. はがき。
ポスト
ポスト
薬、国、
花
花体
体、
彼に小包を送りました。
彼にsorry 彼に小包を送りました。ね Oh, I sent to him? Oh my gosh, my English is gone. Oh no, I sent a partial to him? Listen, I sent a parcel to him. I sent to him a parcel. Come on, Duolingo. My English is non-existent now. Starting to sound like Yoda. I put the
ポストに
ポストにはがき
はがき
を入れました。
入れました。
I swear.
包みの中身を見せてください。
包みの中身を見せてください。Okay. Please. 見せて。He emptied the contents of his pocket.
彼
彼のポケットはポケットをempty 出す出しました。Oh wait.
出しました。
Could I just say this? What else are they saying? Oh, the contents. Whoops.
は
Contents of his pocket. Maybe like 彼のポケットは
中身
中身を出しました。Empty contents. His pocket is the what? Oh no. No, I kind of disagree with. Oh well, I guess he would be the. You can, yeah. Okay. I was thinking, is his pocket, so I was gonna make his pocket. He emptied the, He emptied the content, and the content is his pocket, as opposed to he emptied contents from the pocket. So the contents of the pocket.
はがきを封筒に入れました。
I don't know about that one. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. はがきをはがきをWhat is it? 封筒、封筒に入れました。はがきを封筒に。Okay.
あの
封筒。Maybe we go a different way.
ポスト
ポスト
に
はポストには
は
ポストに封筒
は
も
あの封筒は
う封筒はポストにもう入れました。
いました。
Okay, they swapped it around. Wait, 封筒はもう I'll put more on the outside. Okay.
彼に小包を送りました。
I disagree. That's all I remember. I disagree. Yes. 彼に no, not this one. 彼に小包を送りました。What was this? I sent a parcel to him. I'm pretty sure I got this incorrect yesterday too. He emptied the contents. Okay. So あれはポケットの中身をempty 中身を出しました。
出しまた。
Oh, it's after midnight? Oh no. We're far behind. いい。
届ける。
届ける。Deliver. 船。I miswrote 船. Yep, I miswrote 船. I'll have to correct that for tomorrow. During my recall. I think I wrote this. And it has something to do with Chinese. So, okay.
船便。
船便。Okay. 届ける。
手紙を船便で送ります。
Okay.
手紙
手紙を船便で送ります。That makes sense.
届ける
薬
口
ポスト
顔
お届け物が来ています。
お届けろ。
お届け物が来ています。
お届け
物
届け物が来ています。
お届け物が来ています。
So they nominalized. That's a nominalization. That's how you say 届ける but in a noun. And they had a mono as opposed to being read as 物. Okay. So, 届け. So, the delivery has arrived. Your package has arrived. Okay, I mean, package delivery. Fair enough. これを 彼女に what are we giving? 届けてける一段で届けください。届ける。
届ける。
包み。送ります。変更。変更 is change. 変更。船便。住所。
ポスト。顔。
国。医者。
変更。包み。貼ります。届ける。船便。
私は先月住所を変更した。私は先月。
先月ね。先月。住所を change 変更した。
私は先月住所を変更した。
二人の子供を大学まで出すのは大変だった。
That's a mouthful, isn't it? This one was a little bit interesting interpretation of 出すの。Neat. It's so 二人の子供を大学まで出すのは変更だった。Right? So it was tough. It was tough sending two children to college. Such a oddly specific phrase. However, I could totally understand the Asian-ness of this too, along with the Americana origins. Sent out this one was tough because it's actually, they're trying to say they sent out a notice of a change of address as opposed to sent out a change of address notice, because in my opinion it's not clear if it's an adverbial mod. So that's what they're going for. They sent out a change of address notice. It's a notice about a change of an address, not a change of an address notice. And that threw me off so hard yesterday. Like, what? And now it makes sense. But it's only after the fact though. I'm not entirely sure if I can distinguish that. Let me... So, with all that said, do I even remember this?
住所
So we take address. 住所の right? 住所の change, right?
変更
Actually, we don't need to know. So 住所 change, right? I mean address. 住所変更 change. So address change notice.
通知
数値を出した。Yeah, sent out.
出した
Old. There are other things that could be possible, like not that one. Okay. 二人の子供二人の子供どこね
子供
子供は大学まで 大学まで
お
大学までを
お
大学まで
大変
No, not
大
大変
変
Oh wait, yeah, it is
大変
大変 My bad 大変 Wait.
大変
Send. I need send. Which is ですの
出すの
出すの Not ですの出すの出すの Oh wait のこと大学まで出すの
大変だった
I think my particles agreeable here.
.はお
Okay. Please send this package by Severin. This package.
この
Oh no, which expression are we using for the package? Oh no,
包み
oh no, me.
お
Oh, 船便で
で
船便で which one are we using for send? 置
置くて
で
ください
There are multiple somewhat synonyms to some extent. They're not enough to distinguish which one you would use. Notify the post office of your change of address. Oh no. So 郵便局に
郵便
郵便
局
局に
に
郵便局に change of address. Can I do
住所
住所変更
変更
住所変更 notify. I guess I can use うち
通知
通知 Oh my god 通知
し
芸能 oh did you maybe like
たのまし
しましたね
はか
Did you so oh did they want あなた
は
did they want あなたは oh my gosh あなたは郵便局に right 住所住所 they want to know here there's so many extra I think we can cut it down and submit a different prompt but maybe this is it all the parts that they wanted あなたは郵便局に right 郵便局に住所の変更通知しましたか This can't be right Oh, actually it is. What did they want? How did they arrange this? I mean, it's grammatically correct, but I wasn't sure that's what they wanted to say though. あなたは、okay. あなたは、住所、住所の change. Okay, 住所の oh, they moved it. Okay, 住所の変更を oh wait, 変更を oh, and then they moved the 郵便局に after all 郵便局に and the change 通知しましたか Okay. Wow, all the order was different. That's a wild one. That's a very wild one.
オタク
Otaku. I forgot that one. Let's write that on our note. Add for tomorrow. Otaku. I need to see the kanji. There it is. Okay, I forgot otaku. Taku. Okay. 高級便
航空便
Oh my god. I'm gonna You know what this reminds me of? Kokoku. Right? Kokoku. Wait. Ku call. Oh no, this reminds me of ku call in the beginning. And funny enough, that's the same ku right there. So, koku bean. Ku call. Same ku.
航空便
Koku bean.
航空
Otaku.
オタク
あの包みを航空便で送ってください。あの包み
Anotsumi.
あの包みを航空便で送ってください。
Anotsumi o koku
航
bean.
空
Koku bean.
便
Koku bean で出してください。
あの包みを航空便で送ってください。
送って
ください。
彼女の電話番号を書き留めた
彼女の電話番号を書き留めた。Wait. No, that's not a question. Wait.
両親からの手紙が届いた。
両親手紙 something たらった。Oh no. 届けなかった。
います。両親からの手紙が届いた。両親が手紙のが
What?
両親からの手紙が届いた。が
両親から
手紙
が
両親からの手紙が届いた。両親からの手紙が届いた。
I keep feeling I'm missing something.
両親からの手紙が届いた。
Oh.
届けなかった。
Wait.
届けなかった。両親からの手紙が届いた。 届いた。
Okay. How is this working? 両親からの手紙が届いた。届いた。
両親からの手紙が届いた。
From I delivered the paper, the letter. I delivered the paper, the letter from parents. I guess normalizing it. My parents. からの手紙. So the paper from my parents, it's the letter from my paper. So it's a no. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I haven't actually really used it. Like if they said, yeah, it would be different. It was like 両親の手紙が届いた. It would make it sound like it's the parents' letter, as opposed to the letter from the parents. Sure. 航空便。
航空便
航空便航空便
郵便
オタク変更that is 配達
彼女は手紙を航空便で送った。
送った。
彼女は手紙
を航空便で送った。届ける配達航空便オタクあります。Wrote down her phone number. 彼女の電話番号を書き留めた。
荷物が届くには3日かかる。
かかる。Hold up. Dang it, I lost it.
荷物が届くには3日かかる。
Okay.
荷物
は
届く
No way.
届くは
荷物
届く
が
3日かかるに荷物が届くには3日かかる。荷物が届くには3日かかるにはに荷物が届くには3日かかるが荷物が届くには3日かかる。
Oh, okay, that's fine actually. Yeah. So, 荷物が届くには3日かかる。3日かかる。
お宅の皆さんはいかがですか？
お宅の皆さんはいかがですか？
オタク、オタク。
Okay. Are we using otaku too?
お、たく、
Otaku ni is a delivery. So maybe todoku? No todoku. What is another one? Yeah. So we have todoku mono. Also, haitatsu. Haitatsu mono. Haitatsu butsu. Haitatsu butsu.
配達物
Haitatsu butsu desu.
です。
Yeah, that's fine. This works. Popular. Popular. It would take 3 days for the luggage to arrive. Okay.
荷物
So 荷物は
届く
届く Oh,
届く
arrive. That's such a interesting way of, okay.
届く
届く
はの
So the luggage arriving, right? So 荷物の届く
に
に
は
は right?
3
3
日
日かかる
かかる
or no.
の
Just
が
kidding. That works. Yeah. The luggage takes 3 days. Don't know how todoru. Whoops. Todoku. Todoku to be delivered to arrive. Oh. Okay. Just kidding. Kidding. Where's your home?
おたく
Otaku waどちらですか?
はです。でか
I would like to register this package.
この
この包み
包み
この包みにこの包みを
を
いやこの包みを register. Register is maybe 書き留め Yes, 書き留めする So
書き留め
留め書き留めしたいです。したいですが。
したいですが。
This package want to register. Why are there extra particles lying around?
Ni.
Maybe I was going with and then to make register. What? I don't know. Kono tsutsumi. Okay, kono tsutsumi. Oh, okay, that's fine. And what do they want? Akitome ni shitai no. Oh, shitai no desu ka? Okay, that's fair enough. I'm actually kind of curious if the other way works though.
この
So この
包み
包み
を
包みを
書き留め
right? Like if I can do 留め、したい、したい、したいです。Dang. What if, what about,
この
what about,
包み
この
を
をしたい、or, 書き留め、
書き留め
認めにしたいです。
です。
Oh, it is accepted. Okay, that's fine. Alright.
彼に小包を送りました。
彼に小包を送りました。Wait. Okay. I keep doing it. It happens 50-50. Happens every time. Or 50-50, I guess.
彼
は
ポケット
の
中身
ポケットの中身を
を
出しました。
また
10日かかった。
10日かかった。10日かかった。Okay. I'm gonna go about this.
この
この
包
み
を
を
書き留め
に
したい。
Honestly, I think this is acceptable too. Is the plain form.
住所変更の通知を出した。
住所変更の通知を出した。
医者は私に通知した。医者は
医者は私に通知した。
私は先月住所を変更した。
私は先月住所を変更した。ね。I changed your address last month.
この辺に郵便局はありますか？この
辺に郵便 郵便局はありますか？
はありますか？
OK。お宅の
家
家の近くに郵便局郵便局はありますか？がありますか？があります。があります。
郵便局があります。
あなたは住所の変更を郵便局に通知しましたか？
I kind of blanked out.
あなたは住所の変更を郵便局に通知しましたか？
Okay. Yep, that.
あなたは
あなたは
住所
住所書き留め
書き留め
住所書き留めを変更no 通知
あなたは住所の変更を郵便局に通知しましたか？通知変更
に
通知しましたかのあなたは住所の変更を郵便局に通知しましたか？変更書き留めあなたは住所の変更を郵便局に通知しましたか？あなたは住所の変更を郵便局に通知しましたか？郵便
wait. あなたは does that even make sense? あなたは住所の変更 so change of address, right? あなたは住所の変更郵便に通知しましたか？ So did you notify
局
the post office? どうやって or do I use 郵便はな。そうどうやって郵便にどうやっては郵便wait I have two ways to say this, and which one is it? Let's go with 郵便局はどうやってに行きますか Son of a bee sting 郵便局にはどうやって行きますか Oh, you don't need the ni on ni wa whoops yeah that's the wrong part you need to move it to the location
これが私の住所です。
What?
これ
が私のね
これが私の住所です。
住所です。
住所です。
彼に小包を送りました。
風に小包を送りました。Sent him a parcel. Oh no, I did it again. I sent a parcel to him. Parcel. Oh my goodness. It's not even 50-50, I tell you. Like 30-70. How'd I kerfuffle this up?
郵便
郵便局にはどうやって行きますか？
には局
Avoid that.
どうやっていまか
Alright. So yeah, 15 minutes. Let's go. How long have we been at this? 5 hours? Ooh. I took my liberties today. Okay. 言葉. Let's see. 言うと Wait. No, this is はがき。はがき。
は
言葉
言葉。Okay. はがき。
はが
言葉。
言葉
言葉
はがき
はがき。ね。
はがき
布団。
布団
布団。
言葉
言葉。意味。
意味
意味。時々。
時々
時々。
はがき
はがき。
はがき
はがき。
はがき
Excuse me.
一日に
一日に。
言葉
言葉。
9時
9時。
寿司
寿司。寿司。はがき。
はがき
言葉。
言葉。
言葉
Oh no. Wait. 鉱物。
鉱物
はがき。
はがき仕事
地図。
はがき。
はがき。
は。
あ、
がき。
I knew that. 言葉。言葉。
2番
2番。
茶色
茶色。
はがき
はがき。あ、
はがき言葉
言葉。山田。
山田
Alright. 郵便局。郵便局。
郵便局
郵便局。郵便局。
郵便局
Whoops.
郵便局。
郵便局。
郵便局
郵便局郵便局郵便局
郵便局
郵便局
Hey. Alright. 言葉 again. 言葉。
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 言葉
言葉言葉言葉
言葉
言葉
言葉。
言葉。
言葉
言葉言葉言葉
Flat. 便利。
便
便利。mail? 郵便。
郵便。
郵便。便利。Where's that coming from? 財布。No, not 財布。制服。
制服
制服。制服。制服。制服。
切符
便利。
便利
去年。
今年
今年。Oh my goodness. I don't want to talk about it. 今年。
郵便
便。
便利。
便利。利。便利。
郵便
郵便。誕生。
誕生
誕生。郵便。
郵便
銀行。
銀行
銀行。Dang it. I don't want to talk about it. 便利。郵
郵便
便局。便利。Okay. Alright, 郵便。
便利
便利。
便
Okay, 郵便。
ゆ
Okay.
便
利。便利。
便、
郵便
郵便。Okay.
ゆ
全然。
全然
全然。全然。
郵便。便利
便利。背広。
背広
背広。
茶色。
郵便。
郵便。
便利
便利。
10
10。
郵便
郵便。
サンバ
サンバ。
1
1
時半
便利。
丈夫
丈夫。丈夫。I keep saying 大丈夫。Like the full 丈夫。30。丈夫。
郵便便利。
大切。
大切
電気。
電
郵便郵便
便利狭い
狭い。
人
と
酒
酒。
郵
郵便。郵便局。
郵便局。
郵便局。Alright.
郵便局
The obnoxious radical.
郵便局郵便局
郵便局。
郵便局
郵便局。
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 郵便局
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
郵便局
Yes. Yes, indeedy. Yeah, yes, indeedly do. 言葉。
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 言葉
言葉。
言葉
言葉。
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 言葉言葉言葉
言葉。
言葉
言葉、
言葉、
郵便局。
郵便局
郵便局。
郵便局、
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 郵便局郵便局郵便局
郵便局、
郵便局
郵便局、
Okay. Give me them pips. Kaku. Kaku. Oh. Toast. Oh my gosh. 図書館。
図書館
図書館。書く。歌う。
歌う
走る。
走る
教科書。
教科書書く図書館
館。
と、書館、
書く、
書く。書く。
か、
書く。
図書館、
Wow. Okay. Oh no. Oh no.低い。低い。
薄い
薄い。Oh. 低い is low. 薄い。薄い。Dang it. 薄い。教科書。
教科書
教科書。
書く
図
図書館
図書館。I keep trying to say 図書館。図書館。図書館。図書館。図書館。辞書。辞書。いきます。Oh.
書きます
書きます。言葉。No, not 言葉。はがき。
はがき、
書きます
書きます。
書きます
はがき。
書きます書きま
はがき書きま
書きますす。Oh, I can see how they went with はがき versus 書きます。話します。
話します
電話します。
電話します
はがき。
はがき
2着。
2着
2着。
はがきが
平日
平日。平日。Wait a minute. 平日。Oh, yeah, 平日。Weekdays?
書きます狭い
狭い。
はがき
はがき。街中。
街中
書きます書きます
書きます。
書きます
帰ります。
帰ります
鉛筆。
鉛筆行きます
す。はがき。
はが
は
はが
がき。
き
はがき。
はがき
はがき
はがき。
太る
夜。
袖
袖。
お弁当
お弁当。
書き
書きます。 Oh, okay. Kaku. Kaku. Hagaki. 教科書。
教科書
図書館。
図書館
図書館。言葉。
言葉書くはが
はがき。
はがき。
書く、
書く。書く。
はがき。
あ。図書館。
図書館
図書館。はがき。
はがき書く教科書辞書
Alright, that's a wrap for today, and our additional word is otaku. Wait. Otaku. Otaku. I think that's about it. Most of the problems were translational. Translating English. Alright. That's the end of our Japanese session. Had a lot of wonderful discussions. I think the one highlight is probably about explaining, right? Communication and explaining. I think sometimes, yeah, there are a lot of things outside of your control. However, there's something very remarkably assuring and more calming when one discusses things of the unknown or uncontrollable, and then sharing perspective on it. There's something very wonderful about that. So that's probably all I'm going to say about it. We did a giant digression about maybe the innocence or motivation of closed communities, moderation, right? Moderation of the internet, the standardization of what is that? A code of mannerisms. However, obviously, in the state of it now, communities have different standardizations. There aren't very common consistencies, right? Consistencies or moderation between communities. So what may be construed as xenophobia may be misconstrued as xenophobia, or vice versa, and all the noise in between. Perhaps in the future, or perhaps the internet outruns the pace of universally internet acceptable standards. However, one thing I feel like would move me to action is we gotta, exercise compassion, right? Compassion, empathy. Intent intent of kindness can often still be based on forms of ignorance and misinformation, and that knowing that and understanding that can elevate our tolerance and acceptance to communicate and bridge miscommunication, right? Or different perspectives clashing together or synergistically together. It'll be interesting moving into the future what this is gonna be like. I think the pattern changes are fairly obvious, or fairly noticeable and significant when one continues to interact with, or openly trying to consistently interact in a direct manner. That being video comments, Discord, that kind of thing. Times are changing, and they certainly change very rapidly. Will it leave enough time for the human condition to catch up and redefine and iterate and refine such things? There's a lot of conversation about that, especially with the current AI movement, right? slowing things down deliberately as opposed to paving forward at breakneck pace. That is something being discussed in the technology industry as we speak. So I like to throw my hat in and stay cautiously optimistic that even through the gluttony of the human condition and the constant extreme behavior that seems like it's a common day thing, I like to believe that that is built on the shoulder of a lot of consistency, standardization, and moderation. Like a strong foundation, if you will. A consistent, strong foundation. There are definitely times that due to the lack of vetting process of information, right? Sources of information prior to the internet have gone through rigorous vetting. Like when you read a newspaper article or say a scientific journal, you don't necessarily have to bring into question how much vetting and how intensive that information has gone through before it was published. Nowadays, though, it's very difficult to ascertain the validity and the vetting of the system of information. Information in itself is predicated on that vetting process. Nowadays, it's difficult, and I don't necessarily think, I want to emphasize, ill intent is different from ignorance that are born from kind intentions or even selfish intentions in the sense of self-preservation and education. Someone can be thoroughly and passionately a great learner. That doesn't necessarily mean the information that they learn and whatnot is vetted properly. Not to throw in too much of a cautionary tale, I like to believe that even those moments and whatnot are provided in learning lessons, right? Encourage other people to learn. If you got hustled, right, and whatnot, ask yourself, what have you learned? And then how do you take this forward? And that's kind of the idea. Learning is such a different scape these days. Back in my day when I was younger, there were only particular figureheads and they were rigorously vetted before they were able to assume a role of responsibility and instructions outside of your parentals, right, and whatnot. So hopefully that was an amusing or at least somewhat of an intriguing discussion. There's going to be more of that. I talk about it day in and day out. What keeps me vigilant is the endless cycle of due diligence and practice, right? Due diligence, practice. One day that opinion will change, or one day it won't change, that kind of thing. The internet moves quite rapidly. I can definitely feel whenever I step out offline and engage in different conversations, the dynamics are quite remarkably different. I actually felt the pinch of rustiness when I met up and went to like a recent outing with one of my close friends. It was kind of I really did feel a bit rusty with my communication skills in person. So the dynamics are very different from the stuff I observe here, and how most of that is a excellent thing to take into consideration, considering if you're learning a target language, that's gonna likely happen, right? The way you communicate online and even the way you learn online of a target language will have some interesting interactions with when you're not online. One day, perhaps, in the future, or it may not happen, those two gaps may be closer together. The interactions that you feel that are that many have become to normalize online, perhaps some form of it will be normalized to the gaps when you're having the conversation in a more private setting or a personal, like in-person setting. For now, there's a lot of comparisons and juxtapositions to be made. Okay, for that, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. So until next time, mata ne, ja ne, minasan. And I'm gonna get up, walk around a little, get some glucose, and I'll be back for my Chinese. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第177天。 Today is day 177. We are wrapping up Unit 5. It's day 3 of Unit 5. Things have relaxed a little bit, like a wee bit, right? It's a smidgen, wee bit. However, we got quite a lot of extra things to cover. Let's see, vacation plans. Yeah, let's get in right into it. No time like the present. A little bit late again. Sooner or later we're gonna nail this on time, right? So we're not as late as yesterday though. All right. Right. 让我们开始吧。Vacation plans, right? Wait. Yeah.安排。参观。关关。时差。No. 时差。接接打车。打车。拿。拿去。地图。地图。马路。Kind of gross looking. 马路。 Wait. I think there's an extra. Malu. Malu. 街道。街道。街道。街道。红绿灯。红绿灯。Oops. 红绿灯。哦，马路，马路过。马路过马路。过。过。小心。小心。小心。小心。司机。司机。司机。我活动。scenery 活动。风景。风景。风景。免费。免费。免费。things to see. 表演。表演。表演。yes. 表演。表演。表演。海边。海边。海边。博物馆。博物馆。博。Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Ah, why am I having such trouble hitting the mark there? Oh my goodness. Oh my good. Okay, whatever. 博物馆. Okay, 博物馆. Got some modifiers. Yes. Oh my.美术. 美术.历史. That's good. All right. Unit 4. Unit 4 was exam related things in its environment. Ugh. It's like sloped. What the? 안자. 조자. 상자. 장大学.大学. 왜? 왜? 让金 Oh, there's some wobble. That's a lot of wobble. Oh my gosh. Jen Ye. Jen Ye. Chang Ji. 复习. 复习. G. 记得 记得记得画画终于终于wrong direction. 终于结束结束是什么？束束wobble 束做完，OK 客厅厨房 No man 厨房厕所厕所 Yes 厕所厕所The heck 厕所厕所灯空调和人放松Hey, just looking for Duolingo friends to do quests. Can I? Yeah, you can add me. I'll add you back in a bit. It's the same handle. My Duolingo is the same as the my Twitch handle. Console. 放松，休息，休息。Oof. You'll see. We're almost done here. 打算打扫打扫干净I have trouble with this so often. Ding. Which ding is it? Oh. Okay. There we go. All right. This is our third day wrap up, so it's not going to take too long. Check. Yeah. So this is my profile. So if you add me, I'll just follow you back. I usually just follow back. Feel free anytime. Okay. So let's get into our personalized practice.
打排球是我最喜欢的运动。
打排球是我的最喜欢的运动。
我的朋友会打网球，也会打排球。
诶，我的朋友会打排球。打排球。
排球。
Oh, that is pie. As in, our use of pie this time too. 安排。打排球。也会。
我的朋友会打网球，也会打排球。打网球。
我的朋友会打打网球，也会打排球。
为什么你一直在笑？
为什么你一直在笑？哦，一直在笑。
今天我们有比赛，好在没有下雨。
今天我们有比赛，好在没有下雨。比赛快要开始了。
比赛
快要开始了。
我很累，因为昨天我打了排球。
我很累，因为昨天我打了排球，我打了排球。房间，
房间，
房间，我忘成房间。手机，
新闻，
所以，因为
我的妹妹的小学离这里很近。
我的妹妹的小学离这里很近。
这是我们的小学。我们，这是我们的
小学。
他们每星期三骑3个小时的马。
他们每星期三骑3个小时的马。
你
一直在笑，为什么你一直在笑？
他们每星期三骑3个小时的马。
OK。
他们
每星期
三骑3
个小时的马。
他们每星期三骑3个小时的马。
音乐声音小一点儿，不会影响邻居。
不会响。Oh no！ 不会影响邻居的音乐。音乐声音小一点，不会影响no 邻居。
音乐声音小一点儿，不会影响邻居。
不会影响邻居。You know your neighbor？ 你认识你的邻居吗？
你认识
你的邻居吗？
邻吗？
可怕。 起飞，
起飞，
起飞。邻居，
邻居，
笔记本，
笔记本。
他说的很快，所以我不明白。
他说的很快，所以我不明白。Oops. 这个太贵了，这个太贵了，所以我不买。or
这个
太贵，
太贵，
就是太贵，这个太贵，所以我不买。
所以
我
不买。
你想一个人住还是跟朋友一起住？
你想一个人住，还是跟朋友一起住？
便宜。手机。
所以为什么买？
明天晚上我想去游泳。
明天晚上我想去游泳。
我和我的妹妹每天玩乒乓球。
我和我的妹妹每天玩乒乓球。
我下午会在学校练习打乒乓球。我会在学校练习打乒乓球。我下午会在学校练习打乒乓球。 从这儿去那儿不方便。
从这儿去哪儿不方便。这儿去哪儿去那儿，这儿去这blah blah blah blah。从这儿去那儿不方便。
用信用卡买东西很方便。
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 骑马是他最爱的运动。
我的妹妹喜欢骑马。
我的妹妹喜欢骑马。
我
That's a horseback riding. 我的妹妹很喜欢骑马。
我的妹妹喜欢骑马。
周末你一般喜欢做什么？
周末你一般喜欢做什么？Oh, I could ask this to that other person. Now that I think about it. Oh, is it the weekend now? Yeah, it's kind of still the weekend, right? Oh, just kidding. What time do you normally get off work?
你
你
一般
一般几
几点
下班？
下班？
Or is it 你几点一般下班？那一般 comes first. 那可以 go from here.
从
从这儿去那儿，从这儿去那儿，不方便。从这儿去那儿，不方便。
我们赢了。
对，
赢。
外面。
帽子。
机场。
书。
Man, I haven't wrote 书 in a while.
我有3个西班牙朋友。
我有3个西班牙朋友。
我想去西班牙旅游。
我想去西班牙旅游。
加油！你要有信心。
加油！你要有信心。
机场在城市的北边。
机场在城市的北边。Yeah, 北边。Okay.
他在英国的北边工作。
他在英国的旁边 ？No。
他在英国的北边工作。
北边工作。
往左去。
左。
请上15楼来。
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 请上15楼来。Actually, is it lie or lie? It's lie. Okay. It's kind of in between there. Oh, 15楼。
往
左去。
左去。
我们有信心会赢这个比赛。
我们有信心会赢这个比赛。这个比赛Okay. We can come up by ourselves.
我们
我们可以。我们都可以上来。Dang it. 我们可以自己Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
上一次的足球比赛，他们是第一。 上一次的足球比赛他们是第一。
OK，
上
一次的比赛，一次的足球比赛，
足球比赛，
足球比赛，他们是第一。
第一。上一次的足球比赛他们是第一。
这是
你
第二次
来中国吗？中国吗？中文中国吗？
中吗
Okay, and then 我们可以自己上来。
自己上来。
Okay. All right, not too bad, not too bad. Shake it off, shake it off. We got this. Very comfortable.
这里的风景很漂亮。
这里的风景很漂亮。
这里的风景
很漂亮。
很漂亮。
这里没有红绿灯。
这里没有红绿灯。
小心。
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 接色
景
时练。
你能来机场接我吗？
你能来机场接我吗？
接我吗？
景
定
接
与
静。
Oh, that's the one that I forgot or struggled with for a bit from last unit.
他有时差，不想睡觉。
他有时差，不想睡觉。Oh, this one's kind of weird.
我
不认识。我不认识这里的街道。
司机明天早上几点来接我？
司机明天早上几点来接我？酒店的早饭是免费的。
酒店
的早饭是免费的。免费的。
我们会带你去有名的地方观光。
我们会带你去有名的地方观光。 我们可以在哪儿？我们可以在哪儿打车？
我
我们
可以
我们可以
在哪儿打车？
先过马路，然后一直往前走。
一直往前走。先过马路，然后一直往前走。请拿去地图，请拿去地图。I guess that's fine, right?
请拿出，
请拿出
地图。
Or that sounds wrong. How about 请地图拿出 ？No.
拿出
来。
来。
Yeah, 来。That makes it.
地图。
请地图拿出来。Maybe. Oh, is it the other way around? Oh, I forgot you. Oh, really? There's a you in there? You don't really need to say you. And then they added the direct object then. Please find a driver for us.
请
请for us.
为
请为我
我
们。
们
请为我们。
为
请为我们。
找
找一个司机。OK。
请你拿出来地图。
What? Oh, I don't need lie. Oh. Oh my gosh. 请你
拿出
地图。Ugh. Okay. That one's a little rough. 我们的酒店我们的酒店在海边。No. 海边 Sure. 我们的
酒店
在海边。
他们的家在海边。他
们的家在海边。我们明天有很多活动。
今天晚上我们会去看什么表演？
今天晚上我们会看什么表演？我们去看
今天晚上我们会去看什么表演？
什么表演？
他会帮你安排。
OK。 English. English. He will help you to plan it. Oh my gosh. 时差。
时差。
你为我们安排了什么活动？
你为我们安排了什么活动？Oh, this happened before too. That says 安排了 planned for us. What did you plan for us? I don't think it's I disagree. But the did is supposed to be the past tense. That's the helping verb, but man.
接
餐时差
博
景
他们为你安排了这个表演。
他们为你excuse me 他们为你安排了这个表演
接博练景
时差
我们
我们今天晚上我们今天晚上会去看什么
表演？
星期四下午我们会参观历史博物馆。
星期四下午我们会参观历史博物馆。美术博物馆，美术博物馆在这儿吗？美术博物馆在这儿吗？
我们
星期四下午会星期四下午会历史博物馆。What the heck am I missing? What? Do I really need? Oh. 参观历史博物馆。
你为我们安排了什么活动？
Right? In our last trophy.
我不想说出来。
我不想说出来。
我不想。
不想说出来。说
出来。
出来。风景。
我们会带你去有名的地方观光。我们
会带你去有名的地方观光。
在这里很难打车。
在这里很难打车。时
差，他们为你安排了这个表演。
他们为你安排了这个表演。Oops.
时差，
餐
博
街景。
先过马路，然后一直往前走。
先过马路，然后往左走。一直往左走。
先过马路，然后一直往前走。
一直往前走。先过马路。然后
一直
往前走。取消。
风景。
干净。句子。地图。
我不认识这里的街道。
我不认识这里的街道。地图。博物馆。司机。
风景。
银行。请为我们找一个司机。咳嗽。地图。司机。参观。下载。你能来机场接我吗？
接我吗？
OK。
你
安排了。你为我们 安排了什么？
什么？
活动。
活动。
Okay. All right. That wasn't so bad, right? We'll do some exercises here. Maybe for the next 30-ish minutes. See how we fill this out. Philly. And okay. 图书馆 okay. 地图图书馆地方uh-oh. 体育馆 Makes sense. 体育馆地图 oops 地图书店图书馆地图
图书馆
图书馆地图
Holy, that looks disorienting. 英语书地图地方图书馆书旧 Interesting. 旧树风旧鞋坐yeah 旧
风
旧
色
风找鞋
旧
okay.
黑
风
鸟
牛旧瓜风
请
旧
树
绿
旧
风景
How's Joe and that really?
风
景就会 no
就玩会
yeah 就会
就
makes sense
风景
现金
现金 whoops 现金柜台上网
风景
就会
风景
就叫
风景
上网风景台湾
安全
就会
oops
柜台暑假风景
就会
先进
现金
现金
风景
景 Okay. That was a little rough. Oh, we got a pip.
红了
红了 Okay. 红绿灯红了 Okay.
红了
到了
到了
完了
忘了
忘了 Wrong tone. 忘了
红酒
红绿灯
红绿
灯
红了
红了
红绿灯
灯
红绿灯
Oh no. Oh no.
带了
带了 Really? 带了 Oh, to wear. Oh, 带了 Oh, jeez. 带了
红
红了
来了
Yes.风
风
景
大风
风
那风景风小
风景
风景
风
风景
说
不
大风
风景风
大风风景大风风太大长大
风景
风景
大风
大风
风景
大风
风景
最大
大
学刮风
刮风
Okay. 走路 Dang it. 再讲了走路 Oh boy. 迷路 Right? 迷路走路豆浆 Wrong tone. 豆浆公共
迷路苹果走路
迷路走路走路迷路
迷路走路
三课
哥哥
下班骑马马上骑马
骑马右边
现金，
现金。Oh man， 现金。
晚上，
马上，
马
上，马上，
骑马，
骑马。Ooh, that is weird to look at.
骑马，
马上，
okay.
骑马，快到，
说错，说错，
上课，
马上，
表演，
表演，表演，
表演，
诶。OK，
表演，
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 表演。
活动，
活动，活动，活动，
活动，
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 活动。
表演，表演，
表演，
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 表演。
Oops，
表演，
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 Okie dokie. Okay.
活动，
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 活动。
表演，
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 表演。
Oh, I'm a little bit exhausted here. So the
活动，
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 fatigue,
活动，
fatigue is setting
活动
in.
活动，
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 活动。
Okay, we're about where we think.
表
表演，
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 表演。
Oops.
表演，
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 表演
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 ，OK，
活动
活动
活动活动
活动
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 活动活动
，OK，行，
表演
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 表演表演
，Oops，
表演
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 表演表演
，OK，小猫，小猫，多，喂，丢，丢了，丢了，小猫。Oh my gosh! Why? 小猫丢了。OK，
丢了。小猫。
小
时。
小
狗。长的。
小猫
长的。小猫。
小猫
丢了。
小猫。
小猫。
小丢了。
看了。小狗。
小猫。
小时。
丢了
丢了。
丢了。
Okay，
小猫。
猫。
害怕。
小
狗。小狗丢了。
小
猫。
小猫。
小猫。
狗。
关心。
小狗。
丢了。小笼包。
小笼包。
不是小猫，我的
小
笼包。
小
猫。
小
狗。
小
学。
半个
小时。小笼包。
小
猫。
小笼包
小笼包。
小笼
Two strokes there， 小笼包。
小猫
猫。
小猫。小
狗。
小
笼包。小费。半个小时。
活动
活动活动
活动
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 活动活动
哎，
表演，
表演，表演，
表演，
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 Oakley dokley. Get it. Dang it. 马路，马路，马路。小心，
小心，
小心。
马路，
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 小心。
世界，马路，小心。
Oh no. 热。No. 让。虽然。
当然。
当然。Oh yeah. 当然。当然。东边。
东边。
马路，马路，小
马路，
小心。马路。
小费。马路。
骑马。
小心。走路。
小心，小心。
经常。
马路。小心。东边。
在家。
马路。
小心。
小心。
马路。
马路。
在家。
在家。
只是。
只是。
东边。
小猫。
小猫。
小
心。小猫。
小
心。
小狗
和
小狗。
熊猫。
熊猫。
熊猫。熊猫。熊猫。
小猫。
小费。心。
小猫。
猫。
猫。小心。
小费。小心。小时。小时。点心。
点心。
小
猫。That was a little rough. This. Oh. Oh. Yeah.
小姐。
No.
小心。星期。
Wait, it's not that, miss. I was thinking 香。
小姐。
Oh, that miss. Oh, 小姐. As in like miss a title, miss. 小姐. Miss someone. And
小心。
小姐。
小时。小费。
小姐。信心。小心。 心
小姐，
小姐
小心，
小心
小狗、
狗
小猫、
猫
小
时
小
姐
小学
小学
小
心小心小写
小学
学小学
点
点心
小心
数学
数学
数学小姐小心
小学，
学
小心，
小学
学
小姐
小狗、
小心
学
了
马路
马路
迷路
马路
打扫
打扫打扫
马
路
马上迷路
过马路
迷路
路
马路
路
马班路迷路
路对
骑马
马路
马路
句子迷
路
过马路
Give me it. Oh man. 马路 walk 走路马路
走路
怎么
走
马路
骑马
走路
马路
走路
骑马
走路马路
马
怎么走
马象
骑马
马路马象
上学
上学
骑马
走路马上
马路
马上
晚上上
学
马上马路走
路 Come on 马路马路问曾走路
马路
what is it
叫
叫
马路
马路 I'm rushing
春
骑马
马
哦对接过接过到过接
疼听
接
接行
行流流接过
让
任
过
哦记
住
住啊住过接收叫
接
开
过
用
给
给
接Oh my gosh, we got some progress. 拉面
接
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of a stretch.
接
Yeah. 拉面
拉面
I was thinking of 打 Okay. 白明白
拉面
接
白的
接拉面
接the oh no our door
而且
oh no yeah that's ears 而且 yeah I just said ears 而且
蓝
接拉面生日
拉面
画拉面西边时间接
拉面
接
接
拉面
okay. That's a little bit rough. Yeah, we got our pip. All right. What's your dog?
我知
街道
What's your dog? Okay.
我朋友我知道我们的
味道街道
我知道
我知道
我知道街道
街道味道
你知道
你知道
我哥哥
我知道okay I think that's pretty good probably for today not quite there need a bit of rest don't want to push too hard all right that's a wrap for today thanks for hanging out tomorrow is Monday or like it's the Monday stream again we have Neverwinter it's a rest day from language learning so I'll be back the day after which in this case we wrapped up a unit so new vocab day is the following day And then we had review day, Japanese. Did a lot of digression. You know, we met a lot of new people. They're quite talkative. It's awesome. We have a lot of conversation. Invest, invest, invest. Right? Not a race. I mean, it's not a sprint. A marathon. We're here to build trust, if there's any on the internet nowadays. And yeah, sharing experiences. Keep everyone motivated. So next time, if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. For others, right? 下次见, right? 下次见. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, keep on, you know, getting the things you need to do done, and working on maximizing and improving the things you want to do in life. And until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Bye bye.